Chapter 1059. After all these years, Song Qiuying still looked as dainty and beautiful as ever. She didn't seem bothered by her father's affairs or the changes in Lockhart Courtyard. If Han Yunxi guessed right, Song Qiuying had played a huge part in keeping Lockhart Courtyard from falling into chaos after Song Qiuzi's imprisonment. Women were born leaders. Once they led men, they could lead the world as well. Long Feiyi, are we going to kill our way over? Or? Gu muttered. Their previous defenses had been weak and few people, so they were able to sneak up without alerting anyone. But things were different here. Once they made a move, the entire mountain would be alerted. But before Long Feiyi could answer, Han Yunxi strode out. She had been filled with anticipation the first time she'd climbed Celestial Mountain, only to run into Song Qiuying on the first peak. That woman not only blocked her way, but even tattled on her to Granny Yu. Because of that, Song Qiuying had run into trouble before she even reached the peak and met with old Kenzo. She hadn't gotten rid of Song Qiuzi last time, but she hadn't gotten her revenge on Song Qiuying yet. Han Yunxi wasn't here for revenge this time, but she was more than happy to do it while she was at it. Moreover, they had no other way to reach the peak besides killing their way out. As soon as Han Yunxi stepped out, Long Feiyi followed closely behind, followed by Gu. Who's there? Song Qiuying and the rest looked over, only to freeze at the sight of Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi. How did they climb Celestial Mountain? How did they manage to reach this place without alerting the people below? Didn't the head of Evil Sword School promise her before he left that Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi wouldn't come to Celestial Mountain in the first 6 months of spring? In half a year, the poison left behind by the Evil Sword School's master was enough to force the 3 venerables to subdue the ancient sword, Ganjiang. Song Qiuying didn't know why the Evil Sword School master was so certain of Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi's whereabouts. However, the Evil Sword School master was able to deal with 3 venerables, so she naturally trusted him. Song Qiuying wasn't stupid. She immediately whispered to the people beside her, "Quickly send a message to the sect master. Tell him that Long Feiyi and the others are here. Also, I'll stall for time here. Hurry up to the top of the mountain and tell Gong Beichen." Gong Beichen was none other than the eldest disciple of the Evil Sword School's headmaster. His talent was extraordinary, and his swordsmanship was exquisite. Compared to He Ilian, he was even better. Almost everyone in Evil Sword School believed that Gong Beichen would definitely inherit the position of Evil Sword School's sect leader in less than 10 years. Other than sect leader by Shanqing, Gong Beichen would be the youngest sect leader in the history of Evil Sword School. As soon as Song Qiuying walked out of the pavilion, the 2 guards immediately left from behind her. Long Feiyi, Han Yunxi, long time no see. What wind blew in Heaven Mountain today that brought you here? Although Song Qiuying was flustered, she forced a smile. She didn't dare to look at Long Feiyi. Her gaze landed on Han Yunxi. Her father had lost all his martial arts and was locked up in a prison cell. He died from his serious injuries. All of this was caused by Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi. Especially Han Yunxi. If this woman hadn't appeared, her father wouldn't have forced Long Feiyi so close, and the tragedy of the ranking tournament wouldn't have happened. At this moment, although she was smiling at Han Yunxi, she already treated Han Yunxi as her father's murderer. The reason she colluded with Evil Sword School was to fulfill her father's dying wish to lead Lockhart Courtyard to independence. Secondly, she wanted to borrow the power of Evil Sword School to avenge her father. She hadn't obtained the treasured sword Ganjiang yet. No matter what, she had to stop Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi to buy more time for Gong Beichen. Even if Evil Sword School's sect leader wasn't at the peak, Gong Beichen had the 3 supremacies and Li Kenshin as hostages. As long as he was prepared, he wouldn't be afraid of Long Feiyi. Although Song Qiuying was fully prepared, when she saw Long Feiyi's hand around Han Yunxi's waist, she couldn't help but feel heartache. If only her father didn't have any thoughts of betrayal. If only Duanmu Yao was imprisoned and her father didn't suffer along with her. How great would that be? If Duanmu Yao was crippled, then she'd have a chance. Although she'd settled for second best and followed heretical sword sex Gong Baichen, her heart couldn't help but throb at the sight of Long Fei's divinity. This man was no longer Tianning's Duke of Qin, but East Qin's crown prince. West Wind. Han Yunshi replied coldly. Song Qiuying didn't understand Han Yunshi's meaning, but Long Feiyi and Gu knew that Han Yunshi was referring to Chu Shifeng. If they didn't beat them to a pulp today, the first person they'd let down would be Chu Shifeng, who'd risked his life to come down the mountain. West Wind. Song Qiuying laughed out loud. Why didn't I sense it? Han Yunshi, you didn't come uninvited, did you? Han Yunshi only smiled coldly without a word. Song Qiuying was trying to think of a way to stall for time when Han Yunshi didn't speak. She was happy to do the same. After a while, Han Yunshi really didn't say a word. Long Feiyi and Gu didn't speak either. But gradually, Song Qiuying began to feel guilty. Just what does Han Yunshi mean by this? What does she want to do by wasting time like this? Have they already reached the peak of Celestial Mountain? Song Qiuying couldn't figure it out no matter how much she thought about it. The more she thought about it, the more flustered she felt. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, Han Yunshi, just what do you want? Han Yunshi arched a brow at her before smiling disdainfully. She didn't answer. When Han Yunshi was arrogant, she was overbearing and domineering. Perhaps only Long Feiyi could suppress her domineering aura. Under her disdain, Song Qiuying felt more and more guilty. She felt a sense of inferiority. No. Song Qiuying was shocked. How could she have such a feeling? Shame could turn into anger, and guilt could turn into anger. She questioned loudly, Han Yunshi, just what do you want? Eldest young Mist Song, my husband and I are returning to our sect. What right do you have to question me? We're happy to stand here. What does it have to do with you? Song Qiuying always felt that she had a sharp tongue and was eloquent. But when she met Han Yunshi, she couldn't even win a round. Song Qiuying stared at Han Yunshi's white teeth and thin lip. She secretly thought that if Han Yunshi fell into her hands one day, she would cut off Han Yunshi's tongue first. Song Qiuying snorted disdainfully. Then just you wait. There was only one path to the peak of Celestial Mountain. Let them waste their time. Song Qiuying comforted herself. However, Han Yunshi wasn't done speaking. She chuckled and said, as for why Gu came to Celestial Mountain, why don't you ask him? Only then did Song Qiuying realize that the handsome man in red standing behind them was the rumored medical city's Shaoqi Gu. Gu didn't put Song Qiuying in his eyes at all. When Han Yunshi said this, he looked at Song Qiuying seriously and said lazily, you want to talk to this young master with this kind of trash? You. Song Qiuying was furious. At this time, the 2 Lockhart Yard disciples she sent away came back. They were 2 handsome young men, but when they came back, their faces were full of wrinkles. It was as if they had aged a few decades in an instant, turning into old men. Eldest young miss, save us. Eldest young miss. Eldest young miss, are we poisoned? Save us. The 2 ran in front of Song Qiuying in horror and begged with their faces covered. The contrast between his soft and tender hands and his wrinkled face made Song Qiuying and the others' hair stand on end. Song Qiuying had seen such aged faces from Duanmu Yao before. This, aging overnight. Song Qiuying looked at Han Yunshi in disbelief. She finally realized what Han Yunshi was waiting for. She was waiting for the poison to take effect. When did she poison them? She was so far away. How could she poison them without them noticing? Song Qiuying had secretly made plans. If she couldn't hold off Han Yunshi, she would provoke Han Yunshi into a duel. Han Yunshi was trash. No matter how good her martial arts were, she couldn't get close to her, so she couldn't poison her. However, Han Yunshi was clearly using these 2 disciples to warn her. When did this woman learn martial arts? Song Qiuying began to feel afraid. She couldn't help holding her cheeks. Seeing the faces of the two disciples in front of her made her want to vomit. She didn't dare to imagine if her face became like this, would she go crazy? No, she had no choice but to retreat. Her face was filled with fear. Protect eldest young miss. The one who spoke was Song Chioying's second senior brother. He pulled out his sword and stepped forward. But the moment he stepped forward, his face immediately hurt. He touched it and felt several wrinkles. My face? He was shocked and looked at the people around him. Everyone around him was shocked. They could clearly see that the wrinkles on his face were slowly increasing, and his face was slowly becoming wrinkled. He was also poisoned. Heavens, how did Han Yunshi poison him? Han Yunshi was holding the poison needle that Long Fei Yi had ordered for her. She walked step by step towards Song Chioying. Song Chioying's senior brothers originally wanted to protect her, but when they saw what happened to their second senior brother, they suddenly stopped. As Han Yunshi approached, they all retreated and avoided her. Song Chioying turned to escape. She no longer cared about Heaven's Peak. Her face was more important than anything. Unfortunately, Gu Qishao soon landed in front of her to block her way. Song Chioying immediately fled to the right, but Gu Qishao blocked her again. She fled to the left, but Gu Qishao blocked her again. As for Long Fei Yi, he watched from the side, letting the surrounding disciples escape and sneak attack Han Yunshi. He had always disdained to make a move on women. Finally, Han Yunshi stopped in front of Song Chioying. She was holding a poison needle and playing with it with interest. Song Chioying fell to the ground in fright. Han Yunshi was helpless. Boring. Was she too strong or was her opponent too weak? Just as Han Yunshi was about to squat down and question Song Chioying about Heaven's Peak, Song Chioying hurriedly said, Han Yunshi, back then you didn't know martial arts. It was Long Fei Yi who helped you up Heaven's Peak. Now that you know martial arts, why don't we have a competition today? Let's see who crosses the suspension bridge first. If you win, I'll take your needle. If you lose, I'll never go up Heaven's Peak again. Do you dare? Han Yunshi laughed out loud. That's so pointless. Why don't we? Chapter 1060. What did Han Yunshi want to do? Song Chioying waited in trepidation. No matter what, as long as Han Yunshi agreed to compete with her, she still had a chance. Who knew that Han Yunshi would say, how about this? Take a needle from me. If you can cross the bridge before the poison takes effect, I'll help you detoxify. If you can't cross the bridge, then I'm sorry. Song Chioying was shocked and angry. Why? Because. Han Yunshi shrugged and stepped back. She smiled and pointed at Song Chioying's abdomen. Because you're already poisoned. Eldest young Mist Song, you don't have much time left. Song Chioying was horrified and hurriedly looked down at her abdomen. She really saw an extremely small poison needle in her abdomen. One night's twilight. Han Yunshi kindly reminded. No. Song Chioying's beautiful face turned pale. She didn't have time to argue and immediately flew toward the iron chain bridge leading to Mount Wuchong. Han Yunshi looked back at Long Fei Yi. Seeing that Long Fei Yi had no intention of stopping her, she flew after Song Chioying. Seeing this, the dozen or so Lockhart Courtyard disciples all rushed to block Han Yunshi's way. The heretical sword sect disciples at the end of the bridge lined up in a row to block Han Yunshi's path. One of the disciples turned back and shouted at Song Chioying, eldest young Mist Song, run! Go tell young Master Gong. Who knew that as soon as his voice fell, he suddenly fell to the ground powerlessly. As soon as he fell to the ground, his eyes closed and he lost consciousness. This everyone was shocked. They had all seen the poisoned disciples at the foot of the mountain and could immediately tell that this disciple was poisoned. But how did he get poisoned? Han Yunshi was clearly so far away. And how did the two disciples who were poisoned by one night's twilight just now get poisoned? Even if Han Yunshi knew martial arts, she shouldn't be so strong, right? Song Chioying's martial arts weren't bad. In a short while, she had already flown across half of the iron chain bridge. Everyone was extremely nervous. Whether Song Qiuying could detoxify the poison or not was not important to them. Whether Song Qiuying could successfully reach the top of the mountain was the key. Han Yunxi's cold gaze swept across the crowd. Suddenly, she leaped into the air, both of her hands holding poison needles. The poison needle technique she'd used just then was called shadowless. It was one of the most difficult and powerful of all of Long Fei's personal needle technique. The techniques and moves were developed by Chang Feiyi, while the needles were specially made by Tang Li. The shadowless needles were silent and formless. Usually, the enemy would not even realize that they were hit by the needles. Han Yunxi had only tried one needle at a time. She had never tried multiple needles at once. Today there was a chance for her to join forces. She didn't mind giving it a try. She hovered in midair, silently counting the number of people in her heart, silently anchoring her target. Before she could make a move, several disciples from Lockhart Academy rushed over with swords. Han Yunxi immediately retreated. Seeing this, the disciples thought that she was afraid and were overjoyed. The people behind her also attacked together. Han Yunxi narrowed her cold eyes and continued to retreat. Seeing that the disciples from Lockhart Academy had the absolute upper hand, the disciples from Evil Sword School immediately flew over and guarded the right side against Long Feiyi and Gu. One of the disciples whispered, "Quick, kidnap her." They knew very well that they couldn't beat Long Feiyi. However, if Han Yunxi wanted to die, they would fulfill her wish. As long as they could kidnap Han Yunxi, it would be equivalent to controlling Long Feiyi. Song Qiuying was running for her life, while Han Yunxi was surrounded by a dozen or so sword-wielding disciples. Meanwhile, Long Fei and Gu Qishao were being guarded against by a dozen heretical sword sect disciples. This made Gu Qishao very unhappy. He suddenly shouted, "Poison lass, what are you dawdling for? Do you need help?" Han Yunxi glanced at him and smiled without saying anything. She continued to retreat. "Get into formation and kill," a disciple shouted. In an instant, 10 disciples spread out with their swords. The sword chi was sharp and the sword light was bright. It formed a sword chi circle that surrounded Han Yunxi. The disciples by Song Qiuying's side naturally wouldn't be weak. Feeling the sword chi behind her, Song Qiuying looked back and immediately felt relief. She looked worriedly at Long Feiyi and Gu, afraid that the two men would chase after her. Who knew that Long Feiyi and Gu seemed to have forgotten about her and didn't even look at her. Long Feiyi's cold face was particularly serious. His gaze didn't leave Han Yunxi for a moment. Gu stroked his chin with a playful expression. He also stared at Han Yunxi. She was clearly running away, but at this moment, Song Qiuying suddenly hoped that Long Feiyi or Gu would look back at her. She even hoped that they would chase after her and stop her. Even she herself was shocked by this thought. Coming back to her senses, she borrowed the strength of the iron chain bridge and continued to run forward. Song Qiuying never thought that there would be a day when she couldn't obtain Long Feiyi's love and even his hostility. Just how pitiful was she? The sword chi around Han Yunxi became more and more intense. More than 10 disciples formed a circle. It was unknown who gave the order, but all of them raised their swords and slashed down at Han Yunxi, who was trapped in the middle. Han Yunxi had nowhere to run. The sword chi and sword chi were so intense that the disciples of Evil Sword School looked back again. Song Qiuying couldn't help but look back again. This was the most powerful sword formation in Lockhart Courtyard. With 13 swords attacking together, Han Yunxi would definitely die. However, they didn't see the blood splatter as they expected. What they saw was that the 30 swords stopped 3 inches away from Han Yunxi's body. All the sword chi and sword chi dissipated. Suddenly, the 30 disciples of Lockhart Courtyard all fell to the ground and fainted. They were all hit by an extremely thin poison needle in their heads. For a moment, everyone was stunned. At such a close distance, didn't the disciples of Lockhart Courtyard know to dodge when Han Yunxi used her needles? With their abilities, they should be able to dodge. How could this be? Damn it! The disciples of Evil Sword School turned around and attacked. This time, Han Yunshi didn't use the invisible needles. She clenched her fists and waved fiercely. In an instant, several needles flew out and flew towards the disciples of Evil Sword School. The speed of the needles wasn't slow and could be seen with the naked eye. The disciples of Evil Sword School raised their swords to block. The disciple closest to Han Yunshi used his sword to block the poison needle accurately. But who knew that although the poison needle looked ordinary, its strength was astonishing? Clang! After the collision, the poison needle actually pierced through the sword blade and went straight for the person behind the sword. The person was stabbed in the eye by the poison needle. He cried out in pain and fell down. When the surrounding people saw this, they didn't dare to block the needles and dodged in all directions. There were a few people who couldn't dodge in time and ended up in a similar situation. They all fell unconscious. Han Yunshi was no longer smiling. Her phoenix eyes were cold and stern, making people not dare to look at her directly. She was in midair with one hand behind her back and the other hand raised fiercely. In an instant, several poison needles shot out. Unlike the previous round, the poison needles were very fast this time. They were like a dream or an illusion. Everyone only saw a shadow pass by, and by the time they recovered, the poison needles were already in front of them. It was too late to dodge. Just like that, more than 10 disciples of Evil Sword School were poisoned by the needles one after another. Some screamed in shock, some cried out in pain. Some didn't even have time to recover before they fell from the sky and fell unconscious. Song Qiuying turned around at some point. She was so shocked that she forgot to run. She had watched for so long and only saw Han Yunshi raise her hand twice to deal with more than 20 sword experts. Not to mention her sinister and precise needle techniques, just her internal energy alone was frightening. Without the support of powerful inner strength, she wouldn't be able to use that kind of power, let alone that kind of speed. Song Qiuying thought of a saying. A true expert would never use more than 3 moves. Wasn't this talking about Han Yunshi? Han Yunshi landed gracefully and used the ground as a stepping stone. She then soared into the air and flew towards Song Qiuying. Her body was as light as a swallow as she flew over. Her purple robes fluttered and she was as beautiful as a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. Poison Lass is so beautiful. Gu couldn't help sighing. Long Fei Ye's lips curled into a satisfied smile. His line of sight followed her silently without disturbing her. This should be the first time Han Yunshi fought alone after learning martial arts. She didn't look like a newbie at all. Her 2 moves and a few needles were completed beautifully. Seeing Han Yunshi chasing after her, Song Qiuying regained her senses. She broke out in cold sweat and hurried forward. Han Yunshi reached down and grabbed at the air, immediately picking up the sword from the ground. She landed steadily on the iron chain of the iron bridge and slashed elegantly with her sword. She soared into the air and the bridge broke. Song Qiuying didn't step on the bridge, and this sword didn't seem to have much effect on her. But just as the iron chain bridge fell into the abyss, Han Yunshi held the sword with both hands and suddenly slashed forward. Han Yunshi, you can't do this. You're going back on your words. Song Qiuying was alarmed, thinking that Han Yunshi was going to attack her directly. But she was wrong. Han Yunshi's sword was like a rainbow, its sword chi capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas as it struck the falling iron chain bridge. The wooden planks on the iron chain bridge were suddenly lifted up by the powerful sword chi and flew up, smashing towards Song Qiuying. Song Qiuying finally saw Han Yunshi's intention and in a moment of desperation, she finally realized that she could resist. She didn't escape but drew her sword and slashed at the wooden planks flying over. Han Yunshi's lips curled into a sneer as she flew from the side and soon landed on the opposite cliff. She watched Song Qiuying deal with the wooden planks. She had to admit that Song Qiuying's swordsmanship was worthy of admiration. But Han Yunshi still kindly reminded her, "Eldest young Miss Song, you don't have much time left." Song Qiuying was immediately distracted when a large wooden plank smashed towards her back, causing her to cry out in pain. She didn't care about being smashed and anxiously flew towards Han Yunshi. Just as she was about to approach, Han Yunshi took a step back and spread out her hands. Her palms were filled with poison needles. She smiled at the frightened Song Qiuying, and the power of the phoenix erupted from her palms. The poison needles flew in front of her and formed a poison needle barrier at the edge of the cliff. Song Qiuying stopped abruptly and didn't dare to approach. Chapter 1061. Time passed. Song Qiuying stood on the edge of the cliff, facing a wall of needles, not knowing what to do. Han Yunshi stood behind the wall with her arms crossed, calm and composed. Song Qiuying held her sword with one hand and caressed her face with the other, angrily saying, "Han Yunshi, what are you trying to do? It seems that eldest Mist Song doesn't want the antidote," Han Yunshi said helplessly. Song Qiuying angrily swung her sword at the wall of needles, but who would do that? There was a powerful force hidden between the needles. Song Qiuying's fierce sword actually couldn't disperse the needles. Han Yunshi stood motionless, silently counting in her heart. Based on the amount of poison used, the effects of the poison would be different in 1 night and 1 year. Song Qiuying didn't believe in heresy and swung her sword again, but her sword actually bounced back. Song Qiuying began to feel afraid and frantically slashed. Han Yunshi smiled. "Eldest Mist Song, how about this? Answer a few of my questions. If I'm satisfied, I'll give you the antidote. How about it?" Song Qiuying immediately stopped. "What questions? How's my martial arts?" Han Yunshi asked. "You're an expert. You're stronger than me," Song Qiuying said without hesitation. Han Yunshi shook her head. "That's flattery, not the truth. Your internal energy is very strong. Your needle technique is strange and varied, vicious and accurate. You can be considered an expert. Not many disciples of Sky Mountain are your match." Song Qiuying spoke the truth. However, Han Yunshi still shook her head. "It doesn't sound good." "You?" Song Qiuying racked her brains. Even when Duanmu Yao was here, she didn't flatter her like this. Thinking of Duanmu Yao, Song Qiuying hurriedly said, "Your martial arts are stronger than Duanmu Yao's. You'll definitely defeat her in 3 moves. Han Yunshi immediately narrowed her eyes. "Eldest Mist Song, you're comparing this princess to a trash?" Song Qiuying's internal energy was gone. This was an open secret. Song Qiuying realized she had said something wrong, but she really didn't know how to answer Han Yunshi to satisfy her. She kept touching her face and was so anxious that she was about to cry. Finally, she asked angrily, "Han Yunshi, what do you want me to say?" Han Yunshi just looked at her without saying a word. Gu Beiyue and Gu had already fallen to the side. They were very curious. What kind of answer would satisfy Han Yunshi? "Long Feiyi, if it were you, how would you answer?" Gu whispered. Long Feiyi ignored him. Gu snorted in disdain. "I knew that a poker face like you wouldn't know how to make a woman happy." Long Feiyi was expressionless as he said, "No matter what this crown prince says, she will be happy." Gu pursed his lips and didn't speak to Long Feiyi for a long time. At this time, Song Qiuying suddenly understood and said anxiously, "Han Yunshi, it was all my fault that you went to Celestial Mountain last time. I shouldn't have bullied you because you don't know martial arts. I shouldn't have complained to Granny you. I was wrong, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time." Han Yunshi was waiting for these words. She smiled and took a step back. With a wave of her hand, all the poison needles gathered into a stream and slowly flowed into her hand. Gu was very surprised. He knew that Poison Lass's internal energy was very strong, but she was able to use it so freely in such a short time. Long Feiyi, how did he teach her? Song Qiuying happily stepped onto the cliff and immediately reached out to Han Yunshi for the antidote. "Quick, give me the antidote. You can't go back on your words." Who knew that Han Yunshi would say, "I haven't finished asking my questions. Why are you in such a hurry?" Song Qiuying couldn't bear it anymore and had to endure. Han Yunshi became serious. Where's Bai Yanqing? Bai Yanqing? Song Qiuying was confused. That immortal person? Han Yunshi was suspicious and said coldly, Where is he? I don't know that person and I've never seen him before. Song Qiuying wasn't lying. She still knew that Bai Yanqing was Evil Sword School's sect master. Seeing Song Qiuying's reaction, Han Yunshi knew what was going on. So Evil Sword School's people didn't know that their sect master was the head of the Immortal Phone clan, Bai Yanqing. Why did Bai Yanqing hide his identity from Evil Sword School? Evil Sword School's sect master is at the top of Heaven Mountain? Han Yunshi asked again. Song Qiuying hesitated. Han Yunshi stared at her coldly and didn't rush her. In the end, Song Qiuying compromised. He left a long time ago. I don't know where he went. So Bai Yanqing wasn't there? Bai Yanqing was so careless in defending Heaven Mountain and didn't personally oversee it. Where did he get his confidence from? Could it be because he controlled the secret letters? Han Yunshi didn't have time to think about it. She looked at Long Feiyi and Gu and saw that they were relieved. Although they were prepared to fight with Bai Yanqing, they still had people to save and war to fight. If Bai Yanqing wasn't at the top of Heaven Mountain, they didn't mind destroying Evil Sword School after taking back Heaven Mountain. Then who is at the top of Heaven Mountain? Han Yunshi continued to ask. If Bai Yanqing wasn't guarding the top of Heaven Mountain, who could subdue the three supremacies? Could it be that Bai Yanqing poisoned the three supremacies? Does Bai Yanqing want to poison the entire Tianshan Kenzo? Song Qiuying stammered. It's second elder, third elder, and the disciples of Evil Sword School. This princess is very dissatisfied with your answer. Han Yunshi's eyes were sharp. She took out a bottle of antidote and handed it to Song Qiuying. This is the last question. What's the situation at the top of Heaven Mountain? Why do you need the sword Ganjiang? Song Qiuying instinctively reached out to grab the antidote, but Han Yunshi casually threw it down the cliff. Answer my question and then chase after them. If you answer quickly, you might be able to get it back. Otherwise, I can guarantee that even the sect master of Heretical Sword Sect, who knows how to use poison, wouldn't be able to cure you. Song Qiuying looked into the abyss, but she couldn't see the antidote anymore. The abyss was unimaginably deep. Since the founding of Tianshan Kenzo, no one had been able to reach the bottom. The longer this dragged on, the lower the antidote would fall. Even if she chased after them, she wouldn't be able to get back up. Han Yunshi wasn't that easy to fool. If she didn't explain everything clearly, it would drag on for a long time. But if she did, then everything would be over. Han Yunshi's lips quirked up into a cold smile as she waited patiently. Song Qiuying was defeated in the end. The people from Jiuchong Hall were poisoned. The three supremacies were also poisoned. The disciple of Evil Sword School's sect master, Gong Beichen, is personally guarding the top of Heaven Mountain. There are hidden swords and poisonous insects. I heard from Gong Beichen that Ganjiang is. At this point, Long Feiyi and Gu became alert. But who knew that just as Song Qiuying was about to continue speaking, several sharp arrows suddenly flew at them from behind. Be careful! Long Feiyi anxiously reminded Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi naturally knew. She pulled Song Qiuying and immediately flew away from the cliff to avoid the arrows. Long Feiyi and Gu also retreated to the side. Several arrows missed their target, and a man flew down from the clouds with several archers. The man was quite handsome and wore an enchanting red robe. His every movement was flirtatious. If Gu wasn't here, this man would be quite pleasing to the eye. But Gu was right beside him. The two of them were like the clouds in the sky and the mud on the ground. This red-robed man not only wore clothes similar to Gu Qishao's, but had a similar personality as well. The moment he came over, he didn't even look at the people on both sides. He directly pointed his sword at Han Yunshi. Bitch, who are you? I order you to release eldest Miss Tsang immediately. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Han Yunshi could be considered experienced and knowledgeable, but she was frightened by the man's domineering tone. She even felt that it had been a long time since Long Fei spoke to her so domineeringly. Han Yunshi immediately looked at Long Fei Yi. Sure enough, Long Fei Yi's naturally cold face immediately turned cold. As for Gu, he seemed to be in a good mood. He was rubbing his chin and sizing up the man in red with interest. "Who is he?" Han Yunshi whispered. Song Qiuying was already in despair. "He's Gong Beichen." "Han Yunshi, I've told you everything I know. I beg you, let me go." "What's the hurry?" Han Yunshi whispered. It was obvious that this Gong Beichen didn't recognize the three of them. "Bear the consequences?" Han Yunshi laughed. "What do you mean?" "You're courting death." Gong Beichen was furious. He arrogantly raised his hand and several archers behind him scattered in all directions, their bows ready to shoot. Long Fei Yi and Gu clearly couldn't take it anymore. Just as they were about to come over, Han Yunshi raised her hand to signal them not to come over. The arrows weren't poisonous, but the poison in each arrow was the same. Playing with poison with her was simply courting death. This time, the man in red looked at Long Fei Yi and Gu and snorted. "No hurry. Wait until this young master takes care of this bitch, then I'll take care of you." Heavens, just how arrogant was this guy? Was he so arrogant that he didn't have a brain? Long Fei Yi and Gu were completely ignored for the first time. Han Yunshi thought that this guy would be very capable, but who knew that he only ordered his men to shoot? Han Yunshi grabbed Song Qiuying and evaded the arrows with a few dodges. At the same time, she collected the poison from the arrows into her poison storage space. Once he sensed that the poison in the air had disappeared, Gong Beichen was shocked and looked at Han Yunshi in disbelief. "I'm here to court death." Han Yunshi mocked herself. Gong Beichen said angrily, "Song Qiuying, who exactly is she?" Song Qiuying was so disheartened that she didn't want to bother with Gong Beichen. The man she loved was snatched away by Han Yunshi, and the man she had to settle for couldn't even beat Han Yunshi. What was this? Without waiting for Song Qiuying's reply, Gong Beichen felt uneasy. He immediately blew a whistle and soon, a large group of archers attacked from the top of Heaven Mountain, surrounding Han Yunshi. So many. Han Yunshi was shocked. Gong Beichen was overjoyed. "Hee bitch, tell me your name. If you surrender, this young master can spare your life." "Gong Beichen, you don't have the right to know who I am." Han Yunshi broke out in cold sweat. "Shoot!" Gong Beichen said fiercely. In an instant, thousands of arrows were shot, all rushing towards Han Yunshi. However, no matter how fast or fierce the arrows were, they all disappeared into thin air once they got close to Han Yunshi. Gong Beichen was stunned. He didn't believe it. "Shoot! Quick, shoot!" However, no matter how many arrows the archers shot, they all disappeared without exception. In the end, the archers ran out of arrows. They were all dumbfounded, thinking that they had encountered a ghost. Who exactly are you?" Gong Beichen was shocked as he pulled out his long sword. When the sword was unsheathed, the sword light was so strong that it hurt people's eyes. Han Yunshi was surprised. This guy's swordsmanship seemed to be quite powerful. Chapter 1062. "I'm your grandaunt." Han Yunshi answered Gong Beichen bluntly. Since he was so stupid that he couldn't guess their identities, there was no need for them to know each other. When Gong Beichen drew his sword, Han Yunshi shot out 2 poisonous needles, aiming for Gong Beichen's vitals. Han Yunshi used the shadowless needles, but Gong Beichen sensed it immediately. He turned sideways and dodged the 2 poisonous needles with a wave of his sword. This fellow was indeed the eldest disciple of the evil sword school. Although he was a little stupid, his martial arts were not to be underestimated. Although Han Yunshi might not lose in a real fight, Han Yunshi didn't want to compete with him in martial arts. Han Yunshi wanted to play poison with him. After the 2 golden needles were knocked down, Han Yunshi shot out another 4. This time, it wasn't the shadowless needles, but the power and speed were on par. They flew towards Gong Beichen with great momentum. Gong Beichen felt the power of the poisonous needles and was shocked. He didn't take it head-on, but hurriedly dodged. He leaped into the air and flipped over. The poisonous needles flew past his feet before he landed back down. But the moment he landed, he saw another poisonous needle flying towards him. Gong Beichen jumped in fright. He instinctively leaned back, and the poison needle flew past him, brushing past his body. "It's poisonous!" Gong Beichen exclaimed. He immediately realized that the poisonous needles had scattered poisonous powder when they flew past. He held his breath and retreated far away. And this kind of poisonous powder was even more powerful than the one he had just scattered with the arrows. "Your poison skills aren't bad," Han Yunshi sneered. She was just testing him and immediately realized that this fellow's poison skills weren't bad either. It seemed that Bai Yanqing had taught him poison skills. Perhaps he would know his master's true identity. After the poisonous powder scattered, Gong Beichen spoke. "You are..." He thought of a woman who was very afraid of poison skills. But he definitely didn't believe that woman would come to Heaven Mountain. Besides, that woman didn't know martial arts. Master said that woman wouldn't come to Heaven Mountain for at least half a year after spring. It was also because of this that his master had given him Sky Mountain and wanted him to obtain Ganjiang as soon as possible. Usually, there would always be people from unorthodox sects who would come to Mount Tianshan to provoke them. God knows where these people came from. I already said that I'm your great-aunt. If you call me grand-aunt, I'll let you go. How about it? Han Yunshi's phoenix eyes contained a smile. She was lofty and magnificent. "Bitch, this is Sky Mountain. If you have the ability, then compete with me in swordsmanship. If this young master loses, you can do whatever you want with me. Do you dare?" Gong Beichen said provocatively. His swordsmanship was much stronger than his poison skills, and this woman seemed to only know how to use poison needles. She didn't even have a sword. If he were to compete with her in swordsmanship, he had a high chance of winning. Han Yunshi snorted and asked loudly, "Mist Song, is this evil sword school's young master usually such a coward? Do you only dare to fight women?" Song Qiuying's heart crumbled. She lowered her head and didn't answer. "Bitch, what did you say?" Gong Beichen was furious. "I said you're a coward. You only dare to provoke a woman like me. If you have the guts, then fight them." Han Yunshi chuckled as she pointed at Long Fei and Gu Qishao. "Just find one of them to fight. If you really have the guts, then have both of them come at you together. Do you dare?" When Song Qiuying heard this, she couldn't help but chuckle. She had forgotten her position. This was probably the biggest joke she had ever heard in her life. Gong Beichen then looked at Long Fei Yi and Gu. Long Fei Ye's handsome appearance and Gu's devastatingly beautiful appearance made his heart tremble. However, he quickly ignored it. He had been talented since he was young. He started learning swordsmanship at the age of 3. When he was 10, he was able to fight 1 against 10, becoming a genius in Evil Sword School. When he was 15, he was the leader of the Evil Sword School's younger generation. Whether it was swordsmanship or inner strength, he was number 1. Today, no one in Evil Sword School was a match for him. He was even on par with the Nirvana 6-stage elders at the peak of Heaven Mountain. Other than Elder Kenzo's disciple, Long Fei Yi, no one in Heaven Mountain was his match. "Heh, this young master disdains to fight with you." Gong Beichen slowly moved his sword and pointed at Long Fei Yi and Gu. He said arrogantly, "Then the two of you will fight me together. Let's be straightforward." Long Fei Yi looked over coldly without batting an eyelid. Gu suddenly looked frightened. He hurriedly ran towards Han Yunshi and hid behind Han Yunshi. "You guys can fight me one-on-one. I surrender." Gong Beichen glanced at Gu and scoffed. Long Fei Yi glared fiercely at Gu. He was clearly dissatisfied. However, he still flew over and landed in front of Gong Beichen. "Watch my sword." Gong Beichen immediately attacked. Who knew that Gu would suddenly shout, "Long Fei Yi, help me destroy his clothes first. I feel uncomfortable just looking at it." Gu felt that other than himself, every man in the world who wore a red robe looked especially ugly. Long Fei Yi did not move, but Gong Beichen stopped abruptly. He was shocked. What did he just hear? Long Fei Yi? Before Gong Beichen could react, Long Fei suddenly drew close and kicked him viciously in the mouth, sending him flying through the air. "You're courting death by scolding this prince's woman," Long Fei Yi said coldly and suddenly closed in. Gong Beichen's mouth was crooked from the kick. As he fled, he looked at Han Yunshi in disbelief. This woman was actually Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi, whose poison skills were comparable to Master's. No. How could this be? Before Master left, he clearly told him that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi would not be coming to Tianshan in the short term. Master also said that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi were at Three-Way Black Market, preparing to go to Tiger's prison to save people. At the same time, they were busy preparing for the Northern Expedition. The Northern Expedition was such a big matter. Master would definitely not make a mistake. How could they appear here? Gong Beichen could not accept this fact. However, Long Fei Yi was already closing in and kicked again. He could not avoid it and could only fight. Using all the strength in his body, he swung his sword at Long Fei's leg. In a flash, the sword on reached tens of thousands of zhang, its sword qi shattering everything in its path as it swept through the mountains and overturned the seas. How much disdain did Long Fei Yi have for Gong Beichen? In the face of such a strong sword aura, he did not even draw his sword. He did not even dodge. His eyes were cold and his face was as cold as an azura. He faced the dazzling sword and continued to kick Gong Beichen. Why did this guy not dodge? Did he have a death wish? Gong Beichen was in disbelief. However, he soon saw Long Fei Yi pass through the sword aura unscathed. An extremely strong force exploded from his body, shattering the sword aura that filled the sky. What was that force? Why was it so domineering and terrifying? Was it the lustbite force that Master mentioned? Gong Beichen was dumbfounded. Long Fei Yi's leg was already closing in. Without hesitation, he kicked him in the mouth. This time, he did not kick him away. Instead, he kicked him to the ground. Bang! Gong Beichen hit the ground and felt that all the bones in his body were about to break. He looked up, his mouth and chin completely crooked. Long Fei Yi followed and stood behind him. Long Fei Yi, strip! Take off your clothes! Gu Qishao shouted. Han Yunshi's mouth twitched. Why did these words sound more and more dirty? Gu, are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Regardless of whether Gu did it on purpose or not, his words finally attracted Long Fei Yi's attention. Long Fei knitted his brows as he looked at him. Immediately, he flashed his signature smile. Long Fei, strip him of his clothes. Long Fei Yi did not say a word. He pulled Gong Beichen up and threw him at Gu. It was so fast that Gong Beichen did not have time to poison him. Gong Beichen took advantage of the situation and scattered a handful of poison powder in Gu Qishao's face. Gong Beichen grabbed this poison from his sleeve in a moment of desperation. He did not even realize that this poison was an aphrodisiac. Gu knew with a sniff. Han Yunshi was even more clear. The two of them looked at Long Fei Yi at the same time. They had the same thought. They were all curious as to whether Long Fei's frozen face would crumble if he was poisoned. He avoided Gong Beichen and wiped his face. He looked at Han Yunshi. Poison girl, stop looking. The one poisoned is me, Qi brother. The antidote, hurry! He was not like Han Yunshi, who could concoct the antidote anytime and anywhere. Although he was immune to all poisons and diseases, he still had to pretend in front of Poison Girl. Actually, it was not a deliberate act. He was already used to it. Since Bai Yanqing was not at the top of Heaven Mountain, he had dodged a bullet this time. He could continue to pretend to be crazy and slack off. In any case, Long Fei was more than capable of dealing with these clowns. He was someone who was going to do great things. Han Yunxi then realized that Gu had been poisoned with an aphrodisiac. She turned around and smiled brightly at Gu. "Skin him and I'll cure you." Gong Beichen, who had fallen to the side, was so frightened that his face turned green. Gu Qishao only laughed out loud. "Poison lass, Qi Gij likes you more and more." Gu smiled evilly and immediately walked towards Gong Beichen. Gong Beichen was kicked twice by Long Fei Yi and suffered severe internal injuries. He crawled up and ran away. Gu chased after him and grabbed a corner of his red robe. He yanked it hard and immediately tore half of his skirt. Gong Beichen did not care about his favorite red robe being torn. He used his qinggong and flew towards the top of Heaven Mountain. He shouted, "Men, stop him! Stop him!" The archers who had lost their arrows immediately surrounded Gu and stopped him. Han Yunxi grabbed Song Qiuying and watched the show with a smile. Long Fei Yi looked expressionlessly at the top of Heaven Mountain, deep in thought. Gu wanted to slack off, but he became the busiest one. A thorny vine flew out of his sleeve and caught up with Gong Beichen. It wrapped around his body and pulled him back. The archers had no other weapons in their hands, so they could only use their bows as weapons to attack Gu Qishao. Gu Qishao found them too annoying and abruptly flung out his vines. All of the thorns on the vines shot out at the surrounding archers. The archers could not dodge in time and were poisoned. Although Gong Beichen could withstand the poison of the thorny vine, he could not break free from Gu's thorny vines. He was quick-witted and slashed the thorny vines with his sword, escaping in the end. It had to be said that if Gu did not use Mosie's sword spirit, he would not be Gong Beichen's match in terms of martial arts. This made Gu Qishao very unhappy. With a dashing wave of his hand, he tossed out several thorny vine seed. As soon as the seeds landed on the ground, countless thorny vines shot into the sky at lightning speed, wrapping around Gong Beichen in an instant. Gu Qishao shouted domineeringly, "Tear for this old man!" So, Chapter 1063. As a result, the vines wrapped around Gong Beichen scattered, each of them tearing a piece of cloth from his body. The poison and antidote hidden in Gong Beichen's clothes fell to the ground and scattered all over. Gong Beichen's sword also fell to the ground. Just like that, Gong Beichen's flashy red clothes were torn to shreds. Even his inner and undergarments were not spared, leaving only a pair of underwear. If not for Poison Lass's presence, with Gu's personality, how could he have left Gong Beichen with just a pair of underwear? The vines hooked onto strips of cloth, showing off in the air, just like their owner, arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Looking at the vines tied to his underwear, Gong Beichen's face flushed red, either from fear or embarrassment. Song Qiuying glanced at him. Her already broken heart was almost destroyed. The only thing she was clear about was that Han Yunxi and the rest did not know about her relationship with Gong Beichen. Gu soared into the air and hurriedly handed over the only antidote in his hand. "Gu, the poison in your body is about to act up. I'll give you the antidote, let me go." The only red-robed man by Long Fei and Han Yunxi's side was Gu Qishao. Gong Beichen still had this bit of common sense. Who knew that Gu would kick away Gong Beichen's antidote and say angrily, "Who wants your antidote?" It was rare for him to have the opportunity to eat the antidote personally concocted by Poison Lass. Whoever dared to spoil his plans, he would get angry. Gong Beichen was a little dumbfounded. He only felt that Gu was like a monster. Gu rubbed his chin and said playfully, "Which skin should I peel off first?" Gong Beichen was really frightened. If it were anyone else, he would have taken it as a threat. Facing Gu, he only felt fear. Just as Gu was about to make a move, an incomparably miserable cry suddenly came from the top of Heaven Mountain. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi immediately recognized Master Kenshin's voice. Long Fei Yi immediately flew to the top of Heaven Mountain. Han Yunxi grabbed Song Qiuying and chased after him. Gu pulled Gong Baichen along as he chased after them, shouting, "Poison lass, the antidote! Where's the antidote?" Han Yunshi was no longer in the mood to joke with him. She immediately threw a pill over. However, Gu hid the pill in his sleeve and did not take it. As soon as they reached the top of Sky Mountain, they were shocked by the scene before them. On the towering stage, the Kenshin old man was tied to a huge rack. His body was covered with whip wounds, and there was a shocking scar on his chest. It was caused by a red-hot iron. In the past, this injury was nothing to the Kenshin elder. But now, Kenshin had lost all of his internal energy. His body was no different from an ordinary old man's. How could the old Kenshin bear such an injury? He had already fallen into a coma. Seeing this scene, Long Feiye's eyes burned with rage. He was about to draw his sword when 3 black-robed elders flew down from the top of Jiuchong Palace and landed in front of the Kenshin elder. Gong Baichen saw this and realized that he had hostages in his hands. In fact, he did not have to be afraid of Long Feiye and Han Yunshi. He hurriedly shouted, "Master, save me! Save me! Uncle Master?" It turned out that these 3 black-robed elders were the elders of Evil Sword School. Evil Sword School cultivated evil martial arts and could easily go berserk. Even the elders' martial arts were limited and not very good. The trouble now was that they had hostages in their hands, and there was more than one. Seeing that Gong Baichen was only left with his underwear, the 3 elders were very shocked and furious. They also knew of the commotion below, which was why they tortured Kenshin and lured Long Feiye and the rest up. Of course, they knew that Gong Baichen was no match for Long Feiye and the rest, but they did not expect Gong Baichen to be so weak and humiliated to such an extent. He was a disgrace to Evil Sword School. Great Elder angrily held his sword to Kenshin's neck and said loudly to Long Feiye, "Let Gong Baichen go, or you'll have to collect your master's corpse. Don't you dare!" Long Feiye's anger shot out from his cold eyes, and Great Elder did not dare to look straight at him. However, with hostages in their hands, what did he have to be afraid of Long Feiye? Let's see if old man dares to. As soon as the head elder finished speaking, he made his move. But Long Fei's whip was even faster than his sword. Just as his blade was about to pierce Li Jinshin's neck, Long Fei had already lashed out with his whip. The tip of the whip was sharp and as fast as lightning, catching everyone off guard. The Great Elder's sword was forcefully shattered. This, in the world of martial arts, speed was the only thing that could not be defeated. To be fast, one had to have strong inner strength to support a powerful explosive force and speed. Everyone was shocked, and they were all dumbfounded, including Han Yunshi and Gu. They knew that Long Feiye used the Lustbite power, but they did not expect it to be so strong. If the dual cultivation succeeded, wouldn't Long Feiye be invincible? Song Qiuying looked at Long Feiye from afar, her heart aching so much that she could not breathe. Why did such an outstanding and powerful man not belong to her? Why? Gong Baichen was frightened by Gu, but he was completely convinced by Long Feiye. He could not help but imagine how terrifying it would be if Long Feiye pulled out his sword. Everyone gave a start, but Long Fei didn't give the head elder any time to react. He abruptly raised his whip and lashed it at him. Great Elder subconsciously retreated. The moment he retreated, Long Feiye immediately flew over. It was too late for Second Elder and Third Elder to chase after him. He could only watch as Long Fei stood by Li Jinshin's side. When Long Feiye stood there, they knew that they had lost their hostage, Kenshin. No wonder the sect master only dared to leave Heaven Mountain after confirming that this guy would not come. This guy made people submit to him. The 3 elders did not care about Gong Baichen and Song Qiuying. They immediately flew to Jiuchong Hall. Long Feiye smashed the rack with his palm and shouted angrily, "Gu, come here!" Seeing Long Feiye's angry look, Gu was frightened. Without thinking, he dragged Gong Baichen and rushed over. He threw Gong Baichen aside and hurriedly supported Kenshin. His sect was invaded and his master was imprisoned. How could Long Fei Yi not be angry and anxious? Even so, he did not forget Han Yunshi. He reached out to Han Yunshi and said coldly, "Come here." Han Yunshi grabbed Song Qiuying and flew to the stage. She pushed Song Qiuying to Gong Beichen, who had fallen to the side. She hurriedly grabbed Long Fei Ye's hand and flew to Jiucheng Hall with him. Gu Qishao finally recovered his wits as he watched them leave. Why was I so obedient to Long Fei's words? When Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi went to Jiucheng Hall, Lockhart Courtyard, Scripture Depository, and a group of Evil Sword School disciples flew down from the surrounding palaces and surrounded Gu and the two hostages. Gu was already in a bad mood. Seeing so many people watching him, he was even more unhappy. Seeing the people around him approaching, he glared fiercely. "If you come any closer, I will take off Gong Beichen's pants." When he said this, all the disciples of Evil Sword School stopped in their tracks. The disciples of the courtyard and two pavilions looked at each other, not daring to move forward. Only then did Gu calm down. He tied up Song Qiuying and Gong Beichen with thorny vines and sat on the steps casually, pulling on the thorny vines. It was too difficult to drag these two people to Jiucheng Hall. He had to think of a way to get rid of these two hostages before he could chase after Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi. Gu's face was ugly as he thought of a way. The surrounding disciples looked at him, waiting for him to act rashly. "Useless thing." Song Qiuying couldn't help but scold Gong Beichen. "Bitch! Why didn't you tell me earlier that you knew their identities? What kind of good intentions do you have?" Gong Beichen questioned. "You're the one who's ignorant." Song Qiuying despised Gong Beichen. She didn't even know how she had put up with it back then. "Gu, let me go and I'll definitely tell you where the supremacy hid them." Gong Beichen didn't want to surrender. However, what if Gu really pulled down his pants in front of everyone? How would he have the face to continue staying in Evil Sword School? Since Gong Beichen had surrendered, Song Qiuying said anxiously, "Gu, only one of the three supremacies is in their hands. The other two are in the hands of the Hidden Sword Pavilion and Hidden Scripture Pavilion elders. Help me detoxify and I'll definitely tell you." The poison hadn't acted up yet, but her heart was still clenched. Even if she fell into Han Yunshi's hands, she didn't want to end up disfigured. Gu's eyes lit up. "You mean the three supremacies aren't in Jiucheng Hall?" "Exactly." Song Qiuying rushed to answer. "Gu only knows the whereabouts of one of the supremacies. I know too. Kill him and help me detoxify. I'll definitely bring you to them." Song Qiuying. Gong Beichen was furious. "I really regret cooperating with Evil Sword School. You can't do anything right," Song Qiuying said coldly. "This young master must have been blind to fall for an ugly freak like you," Gong Beichen said loudly. The moment he said this, the entire place fell silent. Gu couldn't help but curse. "Fuck, what kind of taste do you have?" Although the surrounding disciples knew that Gong Beichen had hooked up with Mist Song in order to cooperate with Lockhart Courtyard, they were still shocked to hear Gong Beichen say it himself. Everyone was still very surprised. The disciples of the Hidden Sword Pavilion and Hidden Scripture Pavilion sneered in disdain. The disciples of Lockhart Courtyard were embarrassed and angry. A few of them actually started fighting. Song Qiuying wanted to kill herself. She never thought that her ending would be so similar to Duanmu Yao's. At this moment, three black-clothed elders suddenly escaped from Jiucheng Hall. Without a doubt, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi had broken through their ambush and knew that the supremacies weren't imprisoned in Jiucheng Hall. Seeing the chaotic scene of the disciples arguing, the black-clothed elders all stood on the side of the Evil Sword School disciples. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi landed beside Gu. Long Fei Yi asked, "What's going on?" Before Gu could answer, Song Qiuying burst into tears. "I was wrong. I made a big mistake. I know where the supremacies are imprisoned. I'll bring you there. I'll bring you there right now." She was so afraid that Long Fei Yi would find out about her affair with Gong Beichen. This was her last dignity. Chapter 1064. There were many important things in life. However, once some people met the man they loved, the most important thing in life was to leave him with the best and most beautiful impression. Because they couldn't obtain or possess, they could only give. But what he wanted, they couldn't give him anything but an impression. At the very least, he would know what kind of woman there was in this world. Song Qiuying knew that her impression in Long Feiye's heart had been completely destroyed, but no matter what, she still had to try her best to salvage it and minimize the bad impression. However, a sharp voice interrupted Song Qiuying's final beautiful dream. Eldest young Mist Song, you were the one who got together with Gong Beichen first and led the people from Evil Sword School to the top of Heaven Mountain. What, now you want to change sides? The one who spoke was none other than Hidden Sword Pavilion's second elder. He walked out of the crowd with 3 treasured swords in his hands and casually threw them on the ground. Long Feiye recognized these 3 treasured swords at a glance. These 3 treasured swords belonged to the 2 venerables. Song Qiuying's face flushed red as she looked at Long Feiye. But who knew that Long Feiye didn't take her matter to heart at all? Song Qiuying finally realized how much she thought of herself as unrequited love. She originally thought that she could at least leave an impression on him, but who knew that he treated her like air? Long Feiye, other than Han Yunxi, could there be any other woman in your eyes? Even if it was just a serious look? Long Feiye looked at second elder and said coldly, "They're in your hands?" The Great Venerable and the Venerable are in Old Third's hands. However, I can represent Hidden Sword Pavilion and Scripture Pavilion to negotiate with you, the future sect leader. Second elder said loudly. As soon as these words came out, the 3 elders of Evil Sword School were immediately dissatisfied. Great elder said angrily, "What do you mean?" The second elder ignored the first elder of the Evil Sword School. He and the third elder had always been fence-sitters. Back then, the sect master of the Evil Sword School had promised them that Long Feiye and Han Yunxi would not come to Tianshan so soon. Now that the people from Evil Sword School had slapped themselves in the face, how could they keep their word? The Evil Sword School's master poisoned the 3 venerables, and the 3 elders of the Evil Sword School imprisoned the 3rd venerable, while the Sword Pavilion and the Scripture Pavilion imprisoned the Great Venerable and the 2nd Venerable. They had agreed that once the Evil Sword School obtained the treasured sword Ganjiang, the people of the Evil Sword School would leave Sky Mountain. The Academy and 2 pavilions would split Sky Mountain and establish their own schools. Now that Long Feiye and Han Yunxi were here, Long Feiye's martial arts were above everyone else's when he left. Now that he was even stronger, they would only be asking for trouble if they didn't surrender. Second elder ignored the Evil Sword School and said to Long Feiye, "As long as you destroy these bastards from the Poison Sect and cripple Lockhart Courtyard, my Sword Pavilion and the Scripture Pavilion are willing to hand over the 2 venerables and help you ascend to the position of sect head." TSK. Han Yunxi sighed inwardly. How was second elder surrendering? Was he trying to tempt or threaten? But where did he get the confidence to tempt Long Feiye? And where did he get the courage to threaten Long Feiye? Long Feiye was expressionless and didn't say a word. Evil Sword School's first elder and the other 2 elders exchanged glances, realizing that the situation was dire. If Evil Sword School refused to budge and Long Feiye agreed to second elder's demands, wouldn't Evil Sword School become the target of public criticism? Left with no choice, Evil Sword School's first elder spoke up. Long Feiye, we won't interfere in Tianshan Kenzo's internal affairs. Release Gong Beichen and Old Man will immediately invite the 3rd venerated elder out. We'll write this matter off. Evil Sword School and the 2 pavilions' elders had both expressed their intentions to reconcile with Long Feiye. Wouldn't Lockhart Courtyard be in for a tragedy? Song Qiuying was so desperate that she couldn't care about anything else. At this moment, Song Qiuying's 4th senior brother stood up. Long Feiye, if you want to see Granny Yu again, expel Evil Sword School from Tianshan Mountain and cripple Second Elder and Third Elder, these two hypocrites, Lockhart Courtyard's disciples, are willing to serve you forever." Hearing this, Han Yunshi only smiled coldly in her heart. So this group of people's cooperation was so fragile. Both sides had hostages, so why didn't they unite and fight to the death? But reality proved that it was useless even if they were united. Because even if they tried to curry favor and make concessions, Long Feiyi wouldn't be willing to accept. What's more, there was a hidden threat in their words. Long Feiyi looked at them and retorted coldly, "What right do you have to negotiate with this crown prince?" Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Long Feiyi to be so arrogant as to reject them. Everyone unsheathed their weapons. Second Elder couldn't believe it and asked, "Long Feiyi, do you really not care about the supremacy's life or death? Those who can't protect Tianshan Mountain are all trash. Why should this prince care about them?" Long Feiyi said as he slowly pulled out his profound frost sword. The moment the profound frost sword was unsheathed, it emitted a dazzling sword light. Long Feiyi hadn't even made a move and his sword had already intimidated everyone. At this moment, everyone present was truly united. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and covered each other. They were on high alert and held their swords tightly, ready to deal with Long Feiyi's attack at any time. At this moment, Evil Sword School's first elder shouted, "Leave Han Yunshi and Gu to the 3 of us. You guys surround and attack Long Feiyi." With that, Long Feiyi's sword stabbed backward, right into Gong Beichen's heart. He pulled out his sword and blood splattered everywhere. Han Yunshi and Gu hurriedly dodged. Seeing this, Song Qiuying seemed to have realized something and looked at Long Feiyi in disbelief. However, before she could say anything, Long Feiyi's sword slashed across Song Qiuying's neck. Just like that, Song Qiuying's eyes widened. Until her death, all she saw was Long Feiyi's back. He didn't turn back. Everyone was intimidated by Long Feiyi's ruthless actions. Those 2 people were his hostages and he actually killed them just like that. What else could threaten him? While everyone was panicking, Long Feiyi handed the profound frost sword to Han Yunshi and said indifferently, "Hold it well and follow me to kill the enemy." Long Feiyi used his scabbard as a sword and the way he held the scabbard was shocking. "As you command, Your Highness," Han Yunshi said loudly. She held the sword and pointed it to the sky. 10th level Nirvana realm power rushed from her palm to the profound frost sword, causing it to shine brightly once again. More than half of the people present cultivated the Nirvana realm power. Even the people from Evil Sword School who didn't cultivate the Nirvana realm power were familiar with it. They all recognized that it was the Nirvana realm power and were all stunned at the same time. Who would have thought that the former trash Han Yunshi had already cultivated the full level of the Nirvana realm power? Even the elders of Heavenly Mountain hadn't been able to do it until now. In other words, other than Long Feiyi, Han Yunshi's internal energy was the best. Heavens! This woman, everyone didn't know what to say. Other than shock, there was more shock. Seeing Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi so dazzling, how could Gu be willing to be ordinary? He kicked away Gong Beichen's corpse and stood up. "Count me in. Today I'll kill to my heart's content." After he said that, he raised his hand handsomely and brought out Mo Xie's sword spirit. The sword's shape couldn't be seen, but the sword's shape could be seen. The sword's light was faint, but it contained boundless power. Mo Xie's sword spirit. Heavens, it's Mo Xie's sword spirit. Mo Xie's sword spirit has appeared. Evil Sword School's great elder exclaimed. While the sect master was looking for the treasured sword Ganjiang, he was also looking for Mo Xie's sword spirit. Mo Xie's treasured sword was already destroyed, but the sword spirit's power was still not to be underestimated. Gu actually controlled Mo Xie's sword spirit? If not for the head elder's shout, no one would know what kind of treasure Gu Qishao's invisible sword was. Hearing the head elder's words, they were all stunned speechless. Which swordsman didn't know Mo Xies Ganjiang? Long Fei Yi, Han Yunxi and Gu, the three of them stood back to back, each holding a sword. Their sword energies were different, but they were all so powerful that no one dared to underestimate them. The people surrounding them all retreated, and no one dared to take the lead. At this moment, Gu Beiyue stood on the side of the palace, quietly watching this scene. His white robe fluttered and his black hair danced. He smiled and his gaze was gentle. He stood aloof from the world, unmoved by honor or disgrace. He was a spectator and also a protector. He had already settled everything at the foot of the mountain and had come up long ago. He had already searched more than half of the mountain peak, and was only resting here to take a look at the princess's dazzling, noble, and magnificent appearance. Even though he missed her, he didn't hesitate and quickly disappeared into thin air to continue his search. What was Gu Beiyue's heart made of? How warm was it and how cold was it? Long Fei Yi, Han Yunxi, and Gu hadn't even made a move, but they had already crushed the morale and fighting spirit of everyone present. The disparity in strength was so great that many disciples began to flee in all directions. Soon enough, a large group of people had fled down the mountain. Waiting for them were the disciples of the 55 depositories of the fourth peak, as well as Granny Yu and the abstinence courtyard disciples who had already rescued Gu Beiyue. Second Elder wanted to flee, as did the three elders of the Evil Sword School, but Gu and Han Yunxi separated to stop them. Long Fei Yi faced them directly. Second Elder was so shocked that he was the first to kneel and surrender. Fei, for your master's sake, spare your martial uncle this time. He's willing to. Long Fei Yi looked down at him from high above and said coldly, not everyone has the right to surrender to this crown prince. So speaking, the scabbard slashed down on Second Elder's head. Second Elder raised his sword to block, but his sword broke and he died. The three elders of the Evil Sword School couldn't escape, but they didn't know if they should surrender. They finally realized that this young man was even more frightening than their sect leader. Long Fei Yi didn't make a move, but retreated to one side. Yunxi, let me give you some practice. I'll give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Gu smiled. Poison lass, no rush, no rush. Let's take it slow. Seeing Second Elder's miserable death, the three elders didn't dare to negotiate any terms. They all fell to their knees while the head elder handed over a key. Your Highness Crown Prince, Your Highness Princess, this is the key to imprisoning Third Honored Elder. I'll take you there now. Naturally, Long Fei Yi wouldn't really give up on the three honored elders. He'd killed Second Elder because Third Elder of Hidden Sword Court hadn't shown up yet. With Third Elder around, he'd be able to find the honored elders. As for the three elders of the Evil Sword School, he couldn't kill them so quickly. Otherwise, how were they supposed to flatten the Evil Sword School? All right, I'll spare you all for now. Han Yunxi accepted the key graciously. At this moment, a familiar voice called out from the side. Fei, hurry! There's not enough time, hurry! Chapter 1065. Following the sound, they saw Gu Beiyue rushing over with head honored elder in tow. Han Yunxi and the rest were surprised. They never expected Gu Beiyue to move so quickly. Not only did he take care of the people at the foot of the mountain, but he even saved head elder. He went up and down the mountain to find him? Fei, hurry! Hurry to Nirvana Gorge, the sword ceiling platform's about to crack. Head honored elder was so anxious that he didn't even care about the pain in his organs. He and Second Honored Elder had both been poisoned and locked up on the top floor of Hidden Sword Depository under Third Elder's personal watch. They could hear the commotion at the peak, but had no idea what was going on. It wasn't until Gu Beiyue captured Third Elder and rescued them that they realized Fei and Yunxi had returned. The head of Evil Sword School wasn't on Celestial Mountain, so Fei's sword skills and Yunxi's poison skills were enough to deal with the traitors of the Evil Sword Sect and the depositories and courtyards. Thus, they immediately had Gu Beiyue take them to Nirvana Gorge. Nirvana Gorge was Tianshan Kenzo's most forbidden area. Within it was a sword sealing platform that locked up the ancient sword Ganjiang. Tianshan Kenzo's ancestors had found the sword in the past, but were unable to subdue it. Thus, they built the platform and used up all of their strength to seal the sword within. Evil Sword School seemed to be occupying Celestial Mountain this time, but they were actually aiming for Ganjiang. The head of Evil Sword School had limited internal energy, so he couldn't subdue Ganjiang. But before he left, he destroyed the platform to threaten the three honored elders. This was because once the sword sealing platform was destroyed, Ganjiang's sword soul would slowly awaken within a year. The head of Evil Sword School was waiting for the awakening of Ganjiang's sword spirit to force the three honored elders to work together to subdue it. The three honored elders were all at the maximum level of Nirvana Heart Arts and had unfathomable internal energy, but they still couldn't subdue Ganjiang. They did not inform the Evil Sword School master of this fact. They were hoping that they could regain their freedom before the Ganjiang sword spirit awakened. Then, they could work together to seal the Ganjiang sword spirit in the sword sealing platform. But unexpectedly, when he and Second Venerable rushed to the sword sealing platform, they discovered that the Ganjiang sword soul was awakening. Logically speaking, if the Ganjiang sword spirit was about to awaken, there would be a sign. At the very least, they could sense it from the top of Mount Tianshan. But this time, there were no signs at all, making it hard to figure out. They didn't have the time to think too much about it. Once the Ganjiang sword soul was fully awakened, it wouldn't be easy to suppress it. If he could not suppress it, Ganjiang would definitely fly away from Sky Mountain. Once Ganjiang left Tianshan, it would not be easy to find it again. The Great Venerable didn't know if they could still seal the awakening Ganjiang sword soul with their current strength, but they had to try no matter what. When Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi learned of this situation, although they had many doubts, they couldn't be bothered to ask. "Gu, look after them." After Long Feiyi said this, he and Han Yunxi followed the Great Venerable back to Nirvana Valley. Han Yunxi didn't stay idle along the way. She carefully examined the poison in the Great Venerable's body and concocted an antidote for him. When Gu couldn't see their backs, he came back to his senses and realized that he was alone again. How could he be happy that he couldn't participate in such a big show? The entire Mount Tianshan was in chaos. Some disciples surrendered, some fled, and some fought. Granny Yu, who was imprisoned at the bottom of the mountain, had already killed her way to the top of Mount Tianshan. She just happened to be fighting with several experts of the Evil Sword School. No matter how chaotic the situation was, no matter which side had the upper hand, no one dared to provoke Gu on the stage. Even the experts of the Evil Sword School didn't dare to think of saving the three clan elders. In the midst of the chaos, Gu sat cross-legged on the ground. His face was gloomy. His hands were fiddling with something. There seemed to be some pills in his palms. No one knew what he was doing. The three clan elders of the Evil Sword School squatted in front of him. The three of them had already exchanged a few glances, planning on how to escape. Although Gu had Mo Xie's sword spirit, but he wasn't Long Feiyi. It was impossible to escape right under Long Fei's nose. But, to escape from Gu's eyes, if they cooperated well, there was still some hope. No matter what, they had to have someone return to Evil Sword Sect to take charge of the situation. If not, when Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi found them, Evil Sword Sect would be in danger. Sect Master was far away. Distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. Helplessly, they had really underestimated Gu. Gu was scary when he wasn't serious. But when he was serious, he was even scarier. Long Feiyi didn't know how to poison, but Gu did. And he was an expert. Just as the great clan elder signaled to the second and third clan elder to take action, Gu's sleeves suddenly shot out a few thorny vines. Once again, they were bound. Although the great clan elder's hands were bound, he still held onto his sword. He said anxiously, "Gu, since when did you become Long Feiyi's lackey?" Why don't you? Before he could finish, Gu stuffed a poison pill into his mouth. The great clan elder had no choice but to swallow it. He asked in shock, "What did you feed me?" Gu ignored him. He gestured with his finger for the thorny vines to bring the second and third clan elder to him. The second and third clan elder were terrified. They immediately pulled out their swords to cut the thorny vines. But what shocked them was that these thorny vines were different from the previous ones. They couldn't cut them at all. Very quickly, their swords were snatched away by the thorny vines. Gu fiercely pinched their chins and fed them the poison. He then turned around and left. He walked a few steps but turned back. At this time, the great clan elder had already fainted from the poison. The second and third clan elder were terrified. They couldn't guess what Gu wanted to do next. Who knew that Gu squatted down beside the great clan elder. He pulled out a dagger from his calf and cut off the great clan elder's tongue. Although the unconscious great clan elder didn't feel any pain, his tongue started to bleed. A blood-red thorny vine grew out from the great clan elder's mouth. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, trapping the second and third clan elder. Gu's face was gloomy. He slowly wiped the dagger clean before turning around to leave. The second and third clan elder couldn't find the words to describe their fear. They were so glad that they didn't say anything. Otherwise, the great clan elder's fate would be the end of their lives. This Gu might not be as easy to provoke as Long Fei Yi. Gu's face was gloomy. He shouted, "Who is Granny Yu? Come out now." Once he said that, the chaotic surroundings quietened down. Granny Yu was surrounded by a few experts from the evil sword school. She descended from the sky and shouted, "Seventh young Master Gu, I'm here. Bring me to Nirvana Valley. Hurry!" Gu was anxious. Granny Yu was in a difficult position. If not for the poison and the restriction of her inner strength, she wouldn't have been trapped by a few evil sword sect disciples. But when Gu Qishao glanced over, all of the experts tactfully stepped aside. After Granny Yu successfully escaped, she immediately brought Gu to Nirvana Valley. When the evil sword school disciples saw that the great clan elder was dead and the second and third clan elders were trapped, they accepted the fact that the situation was hopeless. They didn't continue to fight and escaped. Nirvana Valley was deep in the valley behind the ninth temple. Before Granny Yu and Gu arrived, they could already feel the strong sword chi ahead. If it was someone with weaker inner strength, they would have been injured by the sword chi before even seeing the treasured sword Ganjiang. The two of them hurried on, but who knew that Gu would suddenly stop? It was as if his acupoints had been sealed, and he was frozen stiff. "Seventh young Master Gu, what's wrong?" Granny Yu was shocked. Gu didn't answer. It was as if he had gone berserk, his eyes suddenly turning scarlet. Granny Yu was an experienced and knowledgeable person. She had no idea why Gu would react like that. She nudged Gu and asked, "Seventh young Master Gu, what's wrong with you?" After asking a few more times, Gu didn't answer her. He just stared blankly ahead. Seeing that there was no one around, Granny Yu didn't dare delay and hurriedly flew towards the sword ceiling platform. When Granny Yu arrived, she saw Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi fighting with the two supremacies, using their nirvana powers to suppress the Ganjiang sword spirit. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi were both at the maximum level of nirvana powers. The two supremacies were also at the maximum level. In addition to Gu Beiwei, who was assisting them, there were 5 of them. However, even with the 5 of them working together, they were still at a disadvantage against the Ganjiang sword spirit. It looked as if they were about to be overwhelmed by the Ganjiang sword spirit. Granny Yu was so anxious that she forgot about Gu and hurriedly joined in. Although her inner strength was limited, she was still a force to be reckoned with. Unfortunately, Granny Yu's participation was just a drop in the bucket. As the Ganjiang sword spirit gradually awoke, its power grew stronger and stronger. Long Fei Yi withdrew his nirvana powers and used the powerful lustbite power instead. Only then did the Ganjiang sword spirit weaken slightly. But soon enough, It grew stronger and stronger until it was obvious that it was suppressing the two supremacies. "Faye, we can't hold on any longer." Although the head elder didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. "Let's give up. If we keep going, we'll only waste our inner strength," Gu Beiwe said. Everyone had already used all their strength and tried their best. But Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi both had taut faces as if unwilling to give up. In their lives there was only don't want, not give up. "Princess, even if Ganjiang leaves Kenzo, no one in the world can subdue it. Why waste everyone's inner strength? There are still many things waiting for us." Gu Beiwe coaxed again. Gu was right. Even if Ganjiang left the sword ceiling platform and disappeared, it wouldn't affect them much in the short term. If they couldn't subdue Ganjiang, who else could? It was precisely because Bai Yanqing didn't have the skills that he was forcing the three honored elders. Han Yunshi was about to give up when a thought flashed through her mind. After some hesitation, she said, "Give me one more chance, I'll try." Everyone agreed, but they didn't know what she was going to do. The two honored elders and Granny Yu were still unaware of the matter of Phoenix energy. Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwe knew, but they never guessed it was Phoenix energy. Han Yunshi could only control a limited amount of Phoenix energy right now, so it wasn't as strong as a full-level Nirvana heart. But Han Yunshi wanted to test her Phoenix energy. Would there be a miracle? Chapter 1066. A miracle really did happen. As soon as Han Yunshi used her Phoenix energy, the Ganjiang sword spirit's power weakened. To be more precise, it wasn't weak, but less aggressive. "What's going on?" Everyone exhaled in relief at the same time. Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwe didn't understand that Han Yunshi's Phoenix energy wasn't even as strong as her Nirvana heart arts. Why did the Ganjiang sword spirit seem to be yielding? At this moment, Head Honored Elder and Second Honored Elder exclaimed in unison, "Phoenix energy! That's the power of the Phoenix!" They all looked at Han Yunshi in shock. Yes, Phoenix energy. She was forced by the celestial fire in the medicine requesting cave, and obtained it by chance. According to Old Man Alchemy's words, the Phoenix energy was originally hidden in her body and could be awakened, Long Feiyi explained immediately. The situation was too urgent. Although they'd met with the honored elders, they didn't have time to explain their situation. If their letter from the medicine requesting cave had fallen into Bai Yanqing's hands, then the honored elders and Master Kenshin wouldn't know that Han Yunshi had obtained Phoenix energy by chance or that their dual cultivation had failed. While the Ganjiang sword spirit's power was still calm, Long Feiyi gave them a concise explanation. The two honored elders exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. "No wonder! No wonder!" Head Honored Elder shook his head. "No wonder, ah! Fei, no wonder you failed to dual cultivate." Second Honored Elder grinned. When they saw Fei use both his Nirvana heart arts and Lustbite arts, the two honored elders knew that he hadn't succeeded in dual cultivation and merged the two powers into one. Under these circumstances, they didn't have time to ask questions. They simply assumed that Long Feiyi was too busy to start dual cultivation. They never expected it to be because of the Phoenix energy. Old Man Alchemy hadn't lied to them, and Bai Yanqing's forged letter had truly tricked them. "Fei, it's fortunate that your alchemy furnace was there." Head Honored Elder sighed with emotion. "What do you mean?" Han Yunshi was anxious. Actually, she had thought that the Phoenix power was not an internal energy, so it could not be compared to the Nirvana power in terms of size and strength. That was why she wanted to use the Phoenix power to make a bet. She didn't expect that she would win the bet again. Just as the Great Venerable was about to explain, the Ganjiang Sword Soul's power suddenly grew stronger. A resolute look flashed past the Great Venerable's eyes. He decided to take a gamble. He hurriedly retracted his inner energy and said to the Second Venerable, "Gu Beiwe and Granny Yu, all of you back off. Let the two of them try." Although everyone didn't understand the situation, they still listened to the Great Venerable's words and withdrew. But as soon as they did, the Ganjiang sword soul's power suddenly weakened, along with its sword on. Just a moment ago, the sword radiance was so dazzling that no one could clearly see the Ganjiang sword, but now everyone could clearly see that it was a bronze longsword. The sword was more than half unsheathed, standing majestically on the sword ceiling platform. It was like a noble king, standing indomitable and overlooking the crowd. Perhaps the legends of the past were poignant and beautiful. But after thousands of years of bloodshed, the legend had changed. Ganjiang was no longer the name of a swordsmith. It was the name of a treasured sword. Ganjiang was the king of swords. The great venerables group stared at the Ganjiang sword in awe. Their hearts were filled with reverence. Of course, they were also rejoicing that the Ganjiang sword's soul hadn't left its scabbard yet. Otherwise, no one would be able to keep it in check. The great venerables group couldn't sense the Ganjiang sword soul's power, but Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi could clearly sense that all of its power was concentrated on the sword. It was restless and ready to explode. This power was clearly much stronger than before. Long Feiyi, since we can't seal it, why don't we try? Han Yunshi's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Why don't we subdue it? If they couldn't seal it, how could they subdue it? Only Han Yunshi had such ambitions. But the great venerable suddenly shouted, "Fei, have Yunshi use her phoenix energy to help you subdue Ganjiang, quick!" Long Feiyi was about to agree to Han Yunshi's request, but hearing the great venerable's words made him want to try even more. He immediately took to the skies to approach the Ganjiang sword soul, Han Yunshi following closely behind, to stand by his side. As soon as the two of them drew close, they felt a strong repulsive force trying to push them away. Long Feiyi gripped Han Yunshi's hand tightly. One used lustbite energy and the other her phoenix energy to resist the Ganjiang sword soul's repulsive force. At the same time, Long Feiyi reached out a hand towards the sword's hilt. His hand gathered all of his strength to slowly penetrate the Ganjiang sword soul's power and approach the sword's hilt. As his hand drew closer, the sword began to vibrate with a clatter. The closer he got, the stronger the repulsive force. Long Feiyi found it increasingly difficult. Han Yunshi didn't know how to help Long Feiyi besides helping him resist the repulsive force. Blue veins popped out on the back of Long Feiyi's hand and arm. There were even a few wounds left by the sword qi. Han Yunshi's heart ached at the sight. She was going to risk it all. She also reached out her hand and covered the back of Long Feiyi's hand, approaching the sword's hilt with him. Soon, the sharp sword qi cut through her sleeves and her skin. "Let go," Long Feiyi said coldly and fiercely. "I won't let go, unless you take this sword." Han Yunshi also said coldly and fiercely. Long Feiyi immediately covered Han Yunshi's slender hand with his other hand. However, as soon as he covered it, Han Yunshi covered it with her other hand. In fact, Long Feiyi couldn't do anything about Han Yunshi's stubbornness most of the time. Streaks of blood gradually appeared on her sleeves. Long Feiyi felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. His eyes turned cold and in an instant, he gathered all of the lustbite power into his hand. Han Yunshi seemed to be waiting for this moment. She also gathered all of the phoenix power into Long Feiyi's hand. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from their overlapping hands and completely shook off the Ganjiang sword spirit's power. Long Feiyi held onto the Ganjiang sword's hilt while Han Yunshi's hand covered the back of his hand. The two of them worked together and slowly pressed the sword into the scabbard. When the sword entered the scabbard, all of the Ganjiang sword spirit's power disappeared. Long Feiyi held the Ganjiang sword firmly in his hand. The two of them looked at each other and smiled tacitly. That power just now was so familiar. Wasn't it the power they obtained together when they were dual cultivating? When husband and wife worked together, there was nothing they couldn't do in this world. Long Feiyi lowered his head and pressed his forehead intimately against Han Yunshi's forehead. He looked at Han Yunshi's hand that was full of scars and felt heartache and helplessness. Han Yunshi was extremely happy. "Long Feiyi, Ganjiang is already in your bag. Give me the profound frost sword. It was rare for Han Yunshi to ask for something from him. But Long Feiyi actually didn't give it to her. Give me some time. I'll forge the Mo-Xie sword for you. Profound frost, I can't give it to you. Long Feiyi said and wanted to bring Han Yunshi away from the sword sealing platform. One must know that Great Venerable and the rest were still waiting below. But Han Yunshi stopped him. She didn't care how many people were waiting below. She didn't care what kind of explanation Great Venerable Lord would give for their dual cultivation and phoenix power. She pulled Long Feiyi and asked seriously, "If you can't give it to me, then who can you give it to?" "I'll keep it." Long Feiyi pursed his lips, trying to hold back his laughter. "Keep it for who?" Han Yunshi asked again. It was rare for her to ask for something from him, but he actually refused. She didn't believe that there wasn't something fishy going on. Thinking about it, there were many people who wanted this profound frost sword. Duanmu Yao had some bad intentions. Long Feiyi smiled but didn't say anything. His reaction made Han Yunshi even more certain that he wanted to give the profound frost sword to someone else. Perhaps other things could be discussed, but this profound frost sword was absolutely out of the question. The profound frost sword was the sword that Long Feiyi had carried with him for more than 10 years. It had accompanied Long Feiyi for even longer than she had. Moreover, during their 3 months of dual cultivation, they had shared the same sword every night. The significance of this was too great. Han Yunshi would rather not have Mo-Xie than give up the profound frost sword. "Who do you want to keep it for? Are you going to say it or not?" Han Yunshi asked seriously. Long Feiyi finally couldn't help but laugh. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Leave it for your daughter, okay?" Han Yunshi didn't expect this. She stared blankly for a long time before bursting into laughter. After laughing for a long time, she asked, "Why not leave it for your son?" The person who was about to ascend the throne actually asked her for a daughter, and not a son? What should Han Yunshi say to him? "My daughter is like you. I like my daughter." Long Feiyi was rarely so direct. Han Yunshi no longer avoided this topic. She looked up at him and said seriously, "Your Highness, Chenxia will remember this." If the anxious crowd below knew that the two of them were discussing this topic on the sword-locking platform, how would they feel? Long Feiyi took the Ganjiang sword and flew down with Han Yunshi. Everyone immediately surrounded them. Even someone as calm as Gu Beiwei revealed a happy expression. This was simply too unexpected. They were supposed to seal Ganjiang, but they'd subdued it instead. It has to be them. It has to be them. Head Honored Elder was the most informed. Head Honored Elder, you. Han Yunshi didn't understand. Just then, Head Honored Elder had said that they were lucky to have come to the medicine hut. Just what was going on? If Yunshi didn't have phoenix energy hidden in her body, then their dual cultivation would have been completed long ago. But if there's phoenix energy hidden within Yunshi's body, then even if it's not awakened, your dual cultivation will still fail. Head Honored Elder controlled his breathing, extremely excited. Dual cultivation with lustbite energy requires 1 yin and 1 yang, 1 strong and 1 weak, 1 main and 1 auxiliary. If Yunshi is too strong, then you'll only have 2 options. 1 is for Fei to find someone else to dual cultivate with, 2 is for you to find a pair of weapons that can be subdued by both lustbite energy and phoenix energy. These weapons need 1 yin and 1 yang, 1 weak and 1 strong. Only by using weapons to support dual cultivation will you have a chance of success. There was no need for Head Honored Elder to explain further. Everyone understood why he was so excited. Just then, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi used lustbite energy and phoenix energy to subdue Ganjiang. Ganjiang and Mo-Xie then became husband and wife swords, 1 yin and 1 yang. Isn't that what Long Feiyi and Mo-Xie needed for their dual cultivation? If that was the case, they really had to thank their trip to the medicine hut. If they hadn't drawn out Han Yunshi's phoenix energy, they might never have found the reason for their dual cultivation failure. They finally understood why their dual cultivation had failed and found a way to solve the problem. "Fei, it's a good thing you came." Head honored elder grew serious in his excitement. "If your dual cultivation fails and you can't fix it after a year, the two of you will definitely suffer from cultivation deviation and kill each other." At his words, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi felt a lingering fear. They looked towards Gu Beiwei. Although this was a cruel choice, it was the right one. While everyone was sighing with emotion, Granny Yu suddenly cried out, "Gu!" Chapter 1067. Only then did Granny Yu remember Gu. "Fei, something's happened to Sir Gu Qi. Quick, come with me." Granny Yu was frantic. Long Feiyi wasn't in a rush, but Han Yunxi was. What's wrong with him? Gu had Mo Xie's sword spirit and his poison arts to protect him. It wouldn't be hard for him to deal with the 3 surrendered evil sword school elders. "I don't know what's wrong with him either. Come with me." Granny Yu hurried back the way they'd come, so everyone followed. But they hadn't gone very far before they saw Gu Qishao walking towards them, perfectly fine. "What's wrong with him?" Long Feiyi finally spoke. "I just brought him here, but he suddenly turned stupid and stood there unmoving. No matter how I called him, he didn't respond. Now why?" Granny Yu grew more and more bewildered. From a distance, Gu really was unscathed and perfectly normal. Long Feiyi didn't speak, but when Gu drew closer, everyone realized something was off. Granny Yu and the 2 honored elders didn't sense it too clearly, but Long Feiyi and the rest who were familiar with Gu could tell right away that something was wrong with him. To be more precise, it was the way he looked at Long Feiyi that was very strange. If this was any other time, Gu wouldn't even look Long Feiyi in the eye. If he did, it would be with a look of lofty disdain. But his gaze hadn't left Long Fei's side since he'd arrived. His long, narrow eyes were filled with an indescribable emotion. Han Yunxi didn't like the look in his eyes. She subconsciously walked over to Long Feiyi's side and grabbed Long Feiyi's hand. Long Feiyi was bewildered, but he remained calm. He glared coldly at Gu. But Gu Qishao was still staring at him. Long Feiyi said coldly, "What are you looking at?" Long Feiyi, Why am I? Gu was confused. Why do I have the guts to? He thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a reason. Long Feiyi's cold face had already darkened. Han Yunxi couldn't help but say, "What kind of guts are you talking about? What's wrong with you?" "There's a feeling." Gu pondered for a while before replying thoughtfully, "There's a very complicated feeling." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. "What do you mean by a particularly complicated feeling? Why did it sound so ambiguous?" The entire place was silent. Gu and Long Feiyi looked at each other. Gu's devastatingly beautiful face was filled with confusion, giving people an indescribable feeling of joy. As for Long Feiyi, his face couldn't be any uglier. Long Feiyi had seen many adoring gazes in his life, but this was the first time he was stared at so ambiguously by a man. Was Gu flirting with him, or was he provoking him? He was simply tired of living. In the silence, while Gu was still confused, Long Feiyi suddenly drew his sword. He didn't draw his profound frost sword, but the ancient sword Ganjiang that he had just obtained. Ganjiang had a temper. After being subdued by Long Feiyi, it could feel Long Feiyi's emotions. Hence, when the sword was unsheathed, its sword aura was sharp and murderous. But who knew that when Ganjiang was unsheathed, Gu was suddenly stunned. Just like before, as though his acupoints were pressed, he didn't move at all. Even his expression was stiff. The only difference was that at this moment, he was staring at Ganjiang in Long Feiyi's hand. Everyone was shocked. Gu Beiwei nudged Gu, but he didn't react. Granny Yu hurriedly said, "That's right, he was like that just now." "Could it be?" Han Yunxi muttered. "Could it be because—" Long Feiyi seemed to have thought of the reason as well, and suddenly pressed Ganjiang back into its sheath. Once the sword was sheathed, Gu immediately returned to his senses. He didn't seem to know what had just happened, and his expression became even more confused. Long Fei Yi, Han Yunxi, and Gu Beiwa looked at each other, as though they had discovered some secret. Granny Yu and the two supremacies didn't know what was going on. Long Fei examined Gu Qishao from head to toe thoughtfully before unsheathing Ganjiang. Gu immediately stiffened again. When Long Fei Yi sheathed the sword again, Gu immediately regained his senses. This was repeated several times, and it worked every time. Finally, when Long Fei was about to sheath his sword again, Gu Qishao shouted, "Enough!" He had finally cleared his head after searching all the way here, but Long Fei Ye's torment had thrown him into disarray again. There were moments when he couldn't even control himself. It was rare for Long Fei Yi to take a liking to a game and become addicted to it. He ignored Gu and pulled out Ganjiang again. In a flash, Gu Qishao froze again. Long Fei Ye's speed of pulling out and sheathing the sword increased, causing Gu to wake up again and again. His head was so dizzy that he couldn't even stand straight. Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwa were already laughing uncontrollably. Head-honored elder couldn't help but ask, "Fei, just what's going on?" Long Fei Yi finally sheathed the sword, causing Gu to regain his senses. Before Long Fei Yi could speak, Gu summoned Emosie's sword spirit and roared, "What kind of lousy thing is this? This old man doesn't want it anymore." No matter how stupid Gu was, he still understood that Emosie's sword spirit was causing trouble. When Emosie's sword spirit saw Ganjiang, it was led away and even implicated him to be played by Long Fei Yi. Gu was stupefied when Ganjiang appeared, but Emosie's sword spirit didn't move at all. This was because Long Fei Yi could keep it under control. Head-honored elder and second-honored elder were alarmed at the sight of Emosie's sword spirit. This is Emosie's sword spirit. This is Emosie's sword spirit. Sir Guqi, how did Emosie's sword spirit end up in your hands? By the time Granny Yu reached the peak, Gu had already put away Emosie's sword spirit. This was Granny Yu's first time seeing it, so she couldn't believe her eyes. The Ganjiang sword was locked up at the peak, but Emosie's sword spirit had long been destroyed. Emosie's sword spirit had also vanished from the Jianghu for a long time. The three of them never expected to see Emosie's sword spirit again in their lifetime, much less that it would be under Gu's control. Han Yunxi told them about their experiences in Qinchuan Water City, causing the two honored elders and Granny Yu to sigh with emotion. This really is effortless. Fei, old man was worried that you wouldn't be able to find Emosia within a year, but now it looks like there's hope for your dual cultivation as long as we can reforge Emosia's sword. Head-honored elder was thrilled. Second-honored elder and Granny Yu stared at Emosia's sword spirit, unable to tear their eyes away. What swordsman didn't love treasured swords? The Ganjiang sword was too powerful, so they could only admire it from afar. Emosia's sword spirit was female, so it was gentler than the Ganjiang sword. Moreover, it only had a sword spirit and not a sword body, so it only had half of its original strength. That was why they had a chance to observe it up close. Reforging a sword. Long Fei Yi was lost in thought. Finding Emosia's sword spirit at Qinchuan Water City had been an accident, and finding the Ganjiang sword back at Celestial Mountain had been unexpected as well. Who knew that these two accidents would actually lead to his dual cultivation with Han Yunxi? Head-honored elder was right. If they hadn't found Emosia's sword spirit by chance, they wouldn't have been able to find Emosia's sword spirit within a year. Now all they had left to do was reforge the sword. Long Fei Ye's first thought was of Qinchuan Water City's swordsmith, Yi Shao. Han Yunxi had spared Yi Shao and the proprietress's life back then because of the old saying that helping others was helping oneself. Yi Shao should be willing to help. While everyone was sighing over Emosia's Ganjiang sword spirit, Gu said coldly, "Which one of you can take away Emosia's sword spirit first?" "I can't take it." If he hadn't met Ganjiang, Gu would have liked Emosia's sword spirit very much. After all, with the help of Emosie's sword spirit, he would have been able to join the ranks of first-rate experts. However, in this situation, he was basically under Long Fei's control. If he angered Long Fei in any way, Long Fei would just have to draw his sword and leave him in a daze for half a day. What a scam! Actually, the two honored elders and Granny Yu wanted to temporarily take Emosia in to experience what it was like to have a sword spirit. Unfortunately, they couldn't. Emosia's sword spirit was already powerful and had a vicious aura. It wasn't something that ordinary people could take. Gu Beiyue still felt sorry for Shaoqi. He smiled and said, "If your highness and princess work together, you can use the power of the lust bite and the power of the phoenix to subdue Mo Xie." Back at Qingchuan Water City, Han Yunxi's phoenix power hadn't been activated yet. Otherwise, Mo Xie wouldn't have fallen into Gu's hands. At Gu Beiyue's reminder, Gu chuckled and looked at Han Yunxi. "Poison lass, Ganjiang and Mo Xie are husband and wife. If Long Fei gets Ganjiang, Mo Xie will naturally be yours. How can Qi brother snatch something from you? Hurry up and take it back, all right?" Han Yunxi smiled innocently. Just as she was about to reply, Long Fei suddenly tossed Ganjiang to Gu. Gu caught it instinctively and realized that the sword was especially heavy. "Take it back after you've forged the sword. This sword will be in your care for the time being. Keep a close eye on it. If you lose it, you'll pay with your life." Long Fei's eyes were cold. He didn't finish his sentence, but it was enough to threaten Gu. The words, "pay with your life," reminded Gu Qishao of something. Gu was able to subdue Mo Xie's sword spirit with his body because he had an immortal body. If it was Han Yunxi, who had a normal body of flesh and blood, he might not have succeeded. If it didn't work, everyone would doubt his constitution. A complicated look flashed past Gu's eyes. He held Ganjiang with both hands and didn't dare to say a word. Those who didn't know the situation would think that he was really threatened by Long Fei. Just like that, Gu became Long Fei's sword slave and helped carry the sword. Although forging a sword was a big deal, now wasn't the time to talk about it. The chaos in Tianshan Kenzo was still waiting for them to clean up. Kenzo's old man was unconscious and had been brought back to Jiuchong Hall by the disciples. The two supremacies and Granny Yu stayed behind to preside over the situation. Long Fei's group of 4 brought the 2 Evil Sword School elders and immediately rushed to the Evil Sword School to save Third Supremacy. When they arrived at the Evil Sword School, they found that the Evil Sword School was already empty. Only a few disciples who didn't manage to escape in time were left. It didn't matter if the disciples escaped. The Evil Sword School's 2nd and 3rd elder were still in their hands. They weren't afraid that they wouldn't be able to find Third Supremacy. "Where are they?" Han Yunxi asked coldly. The 2nd and 3rd elders had been frightened by the Great Elder's death and had already submitted to Long Fei's group. "In the secret prison," the 2nd elder hurriedly replied. When the 2nd and 3rd elders brought Han Yunxi's group to the secret prison, they found that it was already empty. "Where are they?" Long Fei asked coldly. Third Supremacy wasn't an ordinary prisoner. The 3 elders were at the peak of Tianshan Mountain, and Bai Yanqing wasn't in the Evil Sword School. Who else had the key to the prison? Chapter 1068. Looking at the empty secret prison, 2nd elder and 3rd elder finally remembered a person, a woman. Long Fei had already noticed the undamaged lock. He asked coldly, "Who saved him?" "It was," 2nd elder didn't know how to answer, so he simply said, "A few months ago, Sect Master brought a woman back. That woman always wore a black veil, so the 2 of us have never seen what she looked like. Sect Master trusts her greatly, and she also has the key to the secret prison. She must be the one who took him away." "Yes, it must be her. Other than us elders, only she has the key," 3rd elder hurriedly added. They had no other choice. They didn't want to die, so they could only tell the truth. "Who is that person?" Han Yunxi asked. We don't know who that woman is either. She's very familiar with Tianshan, so it's very likely that she's from Tianshan Kenzo. Second elder answered. What kind of woman in Tianshan Kenzo could catch Bai Yanqing's eye? Could it be a disciple of the commandment courtyard? Where did Bai Yanqing go? Han Yunshi questioned. The three elders didn't understand. Who was Bai Yanqing? He's your sect master. Where did he go? Han Yunshi asked coldly. If it wasn't for something important, why would Bai Yanqing leave so easily? The two elders were shocked and blurted out, Bai Yanqing? Yes, it's Bai Yanqing. Why, you don't even know your own sect master's identity. Isn't this too ridiculous? Han Yunshi probed. The two elders looked at each other, so shocked that they didn't know what to say. They could only shake their heads. From the looks of it, other than Gong Beichen, who knew poison, no one in Evil Sword School knew Bai Yanqing's identity. How did Bai Yanqing hide his identity? How did he become Evil Sword School's sect master? Han Yunshi was very curious. Princess of Western Qin, our sect master's surname is Hua and his name is Yu Shu. He was promoted to the position by sect master before he went into seclusion. How could it be Bai Yanqing? The second elder's face was full of disbelief. Old sect master Bai? Are you senior Bai Shanqing? Long Feiyi asked. Yes. The second elder hesitated for a bit before helplessly saying, East Qin Crown Prince, the Evil Sword School's internal energy cultivation technique has a large flaw and it's easy to go mad. You must have heard of it, right? So what? Long Feiyi asked. The reason why Sect Master Hua colluded with Tianshan Kenzo's Lockhart Courtyard and the two pavilions was because of the Ganjiang sword. Sect Master Hua wanted to use the power of the Ganjiang treasured sword to cultivate his inner force to the maximum level in order to find a way to make up for it. It could also be considered finding a way out for the several hundred disciples of the Evil Sword School. The second elder honestly said. They never thought that Bai Yanqing would have studied the Evil Sword School's internal energy cultivation technique this thoroughly, knowing how to use the power of the Ganjiang treasured sword to make up for it. When did he enter the Evil Sword School? Did he change his name the entire time to enter the Evil Sword School, or did he impersonate someone halfway through? No matter what the situation was, Bai Yanqing had deceived the disciples of the Evil Sword School. This was because from the fake letters he replied to, he wanted the Ganjiang treasured sword because he was afraid it would fall into Long Feiyi's hands. His real goal was to completely destroy the chance of her dual cultivation with Long Feiyi. Han Yunshi understood this in her heart and her lips curled into a cold smile. Your sect master used poison to attack Heaven Mountain, but you didn't suspect where he got the poison from? Gong Beichen's poison skills are so powerful, but you didn't suspect him? The second elder and third elder looked at each other in dismay. Finally, third elder explained, Gong Beichen had entered 100 Poison's sect to learn about poison when he was young, but, speaking till here, third elder couldn't help but ask, Princess of Western Qin, how can you be sure that our sect master is Bai Yanqing? Our sect master has always been in closed-door cultivation in the mountains and only came out recently. Do you have a portrait? Han Yunshi asked. It's in the Evil Sword Pavilion. The second elder hurriedly replied. Gu Beiwe quickly made a trip to the Evil Sword Pavilion halfway up the mountain and brought back Sect Master Hua's portrait. When Han Yunshi and the rest saw the portrait, they immediately knew what was going on. This portrait was completely different from Bai Yanqing's face. They were originally worried that Bai Yanqing had grown up in the Evil Sword School and had been promoted by Bai Shanqing. Now it seemed that the real sect master Hua had long been killed by Bai Yanqing and Bai Yanqing was an impostor. In other words, they could rest assured about old sect master Bai Shanqing and Yi Shao. That pair of master and disciple had nothing to do with Bai Yanqing. They definitely didn't know that Bai Yanqing had impersonated the Evil Sword School's sect master. Princess of Western Qin, this. What exactly is going on? The second elder asked seriously. Although the two elders' attitudes were extremely good, Han Yunshi hadn't forgotten what the Evil Sword School had done to Tianshan Kenzo. She also hadn't forgotten how these two elders had tortured Kenshin's master. Just because they wanted to obtain the Ganjiang sword and save their own disciples, they could slaughter other people's disciples? Old Sect Master Bai Shanqing had already discussed the reconciliation between the two sects with Kenshin. Why couldn't they swallow their pride and reconcile with Tianshan Kenzo? Why did they have to use poison? Ganjiang sword aside, these people from the Evil Sword School had bad intentions. Han Yunshi wasn't in the mood to explain so much to these two elders. They still had to go back to the peak of Tianshan Kenzo to find out who the woman who took away the third venerable was. These two elders didn't even know Bai Yanqing's background. How would they know anything else? They would have interrogated him for nothing. Now it seemed that they had killed Gong Baichen too early. I believe the two elders haven't seen the Ganjiang sword before, right? Han Yunshi asked. The two elders nodded. Compared to their previous arrogance, they were more servile than slaves now. That's right. Gu is carrying the Ganjiang sword. Take a good look. Han Yunshi smiled. The two elders both looked back, but it was at this moment that two poison needles flew out of Han Yunshi's sleeves and struck them between the eyebrows. Both of them gave a start before they fainted. Han Yunshi could neutralize Bai Yanqing's poison. Bai Yanqing might not be able to neutralize Han Yunshi's poison. Han Yunshi didn't touch the disciples who didn't manage to escape in time. She allowed them to escape and let Gu Beiyue keep these two elders in the Evil Sword School's Evil Sword Pavilion. This was her provocation to Bai Yanqing in terms of poison. However, Long Feiye's provocation to Bai Yanqing was even more domineering. Long Feiye said, Gu Beiyue, when everyone has escaped, destroy the Evil Sword School for this crown prince and keep it in the Evil Sword Pavilion. Long Feiye wasn't just provoking Bai Yanqing. He was also telling the world that his sect, Tianshan Kenzo, would always be the authority of the martial arts world. They were not to be challenged. With Gu Beiyue taking care of things, everyone was at ease. Gu Beiyue stayed in the Evil Sword School. Han Yunshi and Long Feiye returned to the peak of Tianshan Mountain first. Gu lowered his head and followed behind them. Gu was a person who especially liked crowds. However, he was especially quiet on the way back. It wasn't for any other reason. It was because the sword on his back was too heavy. It was so heavy that he didn't even have the strength to speak. Long Feiye and Han Yunshi used their qinggong and stepped on the leaves to fly higher and higher. Gu was having a hard time chasing after them. Who knew that at this time, Emosie's sword spirit would actually run out on its own and turn into a faint red light. After circling around Gu a few times, it covered the Ganjiang sword on his back. Han Yunshi and Long Feiye felt the sword qi and turned back to look. They saw that the red light was gentle and faint. It lingered around the Ganjiang sword like a pair of lovers rubbing their ears together. It was very intimate. Long Feiye secretly decided that no matter what, he would definitely let Han Yunshi have Emosie's sword. Han Yunshi also secretly decided that no matter what, she would definitely obtain Emosie's sword. Gu didn't have any other thoughts. He just wanted to find a place to lie down at the top of Tianshan Mountain. Once they arrived at the top of Tianshan Mountain, Gu really didn't care about anything. He lay down on a high roof and panted as he looked down at Han Yunshi and the others. At this time, the whole of Tianshan Kenzo had basically calmed down. The 55 pavilion lords of the Four Mountains led their disciples to clean up the corpses and search for any deserters hiding in the mountains. Granny Yu brought a few disciples to take control of Lockhart Courtyard. Fortunately, there were many Nirvana cultivation manuals in Lockhart Courtyard. When Long Feiye and Han Yunshi arrived, First Venerable and Second Venerable immediately asked about Third Venerable. Long Feiye told them the truth. The two Venerables and Granny Yu were very shocked. The disciples of my discipline hall will definitely not betray Kenzo. Granny Yu was very confident. Could it be a disciple of Lockhart Courtyard? Second Venerable asked. For by Yanqing to take a liking to someone, it had to be someone important in Kenzo. They thought about it and concluded that only a few female disciples of Lockhart Courtyard had some status. At this time, a disciple of the Discipline Hall hurried over. Venerable, Elder, Duanmu Yao is missing. The disciples of the Discipline Hall were in charge of cleaning up the top of Tianshan Mountain. The dungeons weren't their main focus, which was why they were delayed until so late. Once the disciple reported it, everyone understood what was going on. There was no doubt that Duanmu Yao had been secretly rescued by Yanqing. Yanqing had used Duanmu Yao's understanding of Tianshan Kenzo to secretly take control of the entire Kenzo in such a short time. They didn't expect Duanmu Yao to be able to cause such a huge commotion even with her looks and martial arts crippled. They had underestimated her. We should have killed her long ago. Granny Yu was especially depressed. If not for the sake of Kenshin's sect head, she wouldn't have simply locked up Duanmu Yao as the head of the Discipline Hall. Han Yunxi's eyes flashed with a chilly light before she said, "She better not fall into this princess's hands." Duanmu Yao had fled with Second Venerable to seek refuge with Yanqing. Heaven knows where Yanqing had hidden himself this time? Fei, dual cultivation is more important. You should find a swordsmith as soon as possible, Head Venerable said. After the internal strife, Tianshan Kenzo's vitality had been greatly damaged. There were many things waiting to be done, so it would be best if Long Feiyi, the senior disciple of Kenzo, stayed behind to preside over the situation. Still, Head Venerable had a sense of urgency. After some hesitation, Long Feiyi murmured, "We'll leave after Master wakes up." Head Venerable, I remember that Hidden Sword Depository has plenty of high-quality Ganjiang sword imitations? There are a few, but you're thinking. Head Venerable didn't understand. Han Yunxi laughed and muttered, "We'll beat them at their own game. Don't tell anyone that Long Feiyi has subdued Ganjiang." Chapter 1069. After such a huge commotion in Tianshan Kenzo, many disciples from the Evil Sword School and the residence and depositories had fled. Naturally, it was impossible to keep the news under wrap. Even if they could, Duanmu Yao would still tell Yanqing about the changes in Celestial Mountain as soon as possible. Even so, Han Yunxi's group could still beat her at her own game. That was because they were the only ones who knew that Long Feiyi had subdued the Ganjiang sword. Meanwhile, the second and third elders of the Evil Sword School had been killed despite being unconscious. Since Yanqing had set his sights on Ganjiang and wanted to ruin their dual cultivation, they had to create a false impression that Yanqing had sealed the sword away instead of subduing it. Just what is Yanqing planning? What is he afraid of? Long Feiyi asked with furrowed brows. He still couldn't figure it out. With Yanqing's strength, there was no need for him to hide from them or scheme against them. If they really fought, Yanqing would have a better chance of winning. But Yanqing seemed to be hiding from them and scheming against them the entire time. It was impossible to tell what his motives were. First, he wasn't fighting for the Wind Clan, and second, he didn't want their lives. What did he want? Han Yunxi was lost as well, while the two honored elders and Granny Yu were even more lost. They only rejoiced that Fei had arrived in time, or else Tianshan Kenzo's centuries-old foundation would have been destroyed in a single day. At this moment, a series of rumbling sounds came from behind the mountain. Everyone rushed to the top of the cliff and saw the Evil Sword School's buildings had all collapsed, leaving only the Evil Sword Depository standing above the rubble. It stood out like a sore thumb. Soon enough, Gu Beiwei returned. The two honored elders personally went to rebuild the sword ceiling platform while Granny Yu shouldered everyone else to deal with the mess of the residence and depositories. After figuring out everything, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They stayed by Master Kenshin's bedside. Although they had once been furious and hated Master Kenshin because of Han Yunxi, Master Kenshin was still alive. However, Long Fei-yi was still very filial to his master. After sitting with Han Yunshi for a while, he asked Han Yunshi to wait outside. He wanted to inject some true qi into Master Kenshin. Han Yunshi bumped into Gu Beiwe the moment she stepped out of the door. "Princess, is Kenshin senpai all right? Do you need my help?" Gu Beiwe was humble and respectful. "He's waiting inside. You can go in later," Han Yunshi said in a low voice. In fact, she sympathized with Kenshin's master more than she respected him. In her opinion, Kenshin was mainly responsible for the chaos in Tianshan Kenzo today. If not for Lockhart Courtyard, Sutra Depository, and Sword Depository acting as spies, no matter how capable Bai Yanqing was, he wouldn't have been able to control Tianshan Kenzo so silently. And the betrayal of the residents and depositories was ultimately due to Li Kenshin's inaction all these years. Han Yunshi naturally wouldn't say these words out loud. She was giving face to Long Fei-yi. "Princess, sit down and rest. You've been working hard for the past few days. You should find some time to rest and recuperate," Gu Beiwe said seriously. Han Yunshi sat down at the stone table in the courtyard while Gu Beiwe stood to the side. Han Yunshi was helpless. She frowned and looked at Gu Beiwe without saying a word. Gu Beiwe was calm at first, but after a while, he started to feel uneasy. He consciously sat down across from Han Yunshi. This time, Han Yunshi stopped staring at him. "Ning Jing should have given birth by now, right? I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. Why hasn't there been any news from Tangli yet?" Han Yunshi had been thinking about this matter. "Princess, the matter of Tianshan must be settled as soon as possible. It will take more than 10 days to return to three-way black market. The northern expedition cannot be delayed any longer," Gu Beiwe said seriously. "I know." Han Yunshi was the most anxious. Gu Beiwe was quiet for a while. He seemed to hesitate, but he still spoke up. "Princess, may I take your pulse?" "What's wrong?" Han Yunshi was confused. "Princess came in to work and your complexion doesn't seem good. This subordinate is worried." Gu Beiwe calmly expressed his concern. Han Yunshi immediately reached out her hand. "I'm just a bit tired and lack of sleep. Everything else is fine," Gu Beiwe said before taking his pulse. "There's a deficiency in his qi and blood." This was an old problem. It had been like this since she left the East Qin camp. It wasn't a big problem, it was just that she was too tired and didn't have time to rest. She was always busy and lacked sleep. Even if there were many miraculous pills, it wouldn't help. Sleeping and relaxing was the best way for a woman to recover. When Han Yunshi reached over, Gu Beiwe quickly took out a small medicine pouch he carried with him and gave it to her. He gently pressed 2 fingers on Han Yunshi's pulse and seriously pondered. With Gu Beiwe's ability, he only needed a bit of time to understand a person's body, but this time he pondered for a long time. It was so long that Han Yunshi was a bit flustered. She wondered if there was a big problem with her body. When she wanted to ask, Gu lying on the roof to the side spoke first. "Gu Beiwe, what's wrong with Poison Girl?" Gu Beiwe ignored him, but Han Yunshi looked up. She hooked her finger and signaled for Gu to come down. Even if Gu was carrying Ganjiang, he would immediately fly down when he saw Han Yunshi hooking her finger. He quickly arrived in front of Han Yunshi and asked with a smile, "Poison Girl, what do you want to say?" "Shoo." Han Yunshi hooked her finger at him and didn't call for him to come down because she didn't want to alarm the surrounding people. She said in a low voice, "Find a black cloth to wrap Ganjiang and disguise it. Don't let anyone see that you're carrying a sword, understand?" There were many people who knew that Gu had Mosie's sword spirit. If Gu also carried a sword on his back, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Therefore, it was better to disguise it. Ganjiang was already very heavy. Wouldn't it be even heavier if it was disguised? If this had been instructed by Long Fei-yi, Gu would definitely have thrown Ganjiang to Long Fei-yi. However, this had been instructed by Han Yunshi, so Gu was very straightforward. He only answered with a single word, okay, and immediately went to do it. After Gu left, Gu Beiwei continued to take her pulse seriously. Han Yunxi was really flustered. Although she was a doctor, she didn't pay too much attention to her own body when she was alone. She only cared about living her life as happily as possible. However, it was different now. She was especially afraid that something would happen to her. If something were to happen to her, what would happen to Long Feiyi? Although she was flustered, she still joked. Academy head Gu, what kind of illness do I have? You've been trying to diagnose it for so long? Only then did Gu Beiwei let go of her hand and smiled. It's nothing serious. You're just a little weak and need to rest and recuperate. Princess, after we're done with Tianshan, you have to rest well on the way back to Three-Way Black Market. Leave the troublesome matters to His Highness and this subordinate, all right? Gu Beiwei, are you lying to me? Han Yunxi narrowed her eyes. After taking her pulse for so long, this was it? How was that possible? Gu Beiwei hurriedly got up and even knelt on one knee. Princess, please understand. This subordinate would never dare to deceive you. Han Yunxi hurriedly got up and pulled him. Gu Beiwei, get up. If you continue like this, Han Yunxi didn't know what to do with him, but Gu Beiwei remained kneeling, his expression serious and quiet. It's done, it's done. I was just joking, so you can get up. At Han Yunxi's words, Gu Beiwei stood up and said, Thank you for your understanding, Princess. For the first time, Han Yunxi had the urge to kick him. This guy looked gentle and harmless, but he was actually too hateful. Gu Beiwei's lips curved into a faint smile. It was 3 parts helpless, 7 parts doting, and extremely warm. This 7 parts doting was exclusive to Han Yunxi, but she'd never see it. Just like that, Han Yunxi was unable to ask any more questions about his pulse. Still, she didn't take it to heart. After all, Gu Beiwei wouldn't trick her. If Gu Beiwei said it was nothing serious, then it had to be fine. Soon enough, Long Feiyi's voice came from inside the room. Yunxi, come in. Master's awake. Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei rejoiced as they hurried inside, only to see Elder Kenzo leaning against a pillow, his face pale. Gu Beiwei went to take his pulse without a word, while Han Yunxi only said, Senior Kenzo, before standing to one side. Elder Kenzo's injuries weren't light, but fortunately Long Feiyi's true qi was protecting his body. After taking his pulse, Gu Beiwei went to prescribe medicine. Long Feiyi told Elder Kenzo everything that had happened at Celestial Mountain and their dual cultivation. Hearing the story, Elder Kenzo broke out in cold sweat for him and Han Yunxi. Fei, everything else can wait, but we have to hurry up with the sword forging, Kenzo said seriously. Long Feiyi only nodded. Han Yunxi knew that they would have to wait until after the northern expedition. Elder Kenzo glanced at Han Yunxi with a smile. Lass, old man underestimated you. Han Yunxi nodded without reservation. Yes, you underestimated me. Elder Kenzo gave a start before laughing. This girl was very proud, but she had the right to be proud. Senior Kenzo, because you underestimated me, you hurt me mentally. That's why I think you should compensate me. Han Yunxi said seriously. What do you want? Kenzo asked helplessly. What else did he have besides the empty title of Kenzo Sect Master? Moreover, this girl was doted on by Fei. Why would she need anything from him? Han Yunxi said, Give me the manual for the Xian new swordplay. I want to practice this set of swordplay. Elder Kenzo gave a start. Ever since Duanmu Yao was imprisoned, he'd buried this matter deep in his heart. Seeing Kenzo's dilemma, Han Yunxi said seriously, Senior Kenzo, don't misunderstand. I'm not practicing the Xian new swordplay to fulfill your wishes. I think that aside from Senior Luo Qingling, no one else will be able to make up for your regret. Han Yunxi's words struck a chord with Elder Kenshin's heart. Regrets could never be made up for. A missed opportunity was a missed opportunity. Making up for it was just making up for it. Then what do you want to do? Elder Kenzo didn't understand. With Han Yunxi's current skills, One more set of Xian Nu swordplay wouldn't make much of a difference. Her poison needles were more than enough to protect herself. Cold, Han Yunxi said, I want to use the Xian Nu swordplay to kill Duanmu Yao. Elder Kenzo froze, while Long Feiyi and Gu Beiyue laughed soundlessly. Long Feiyi was especially happy. Heaven knows what he was so happy about. Chapter 1070. Han Yunxi was so focused on the Xian Nu swordplay that she didn't even notice Long Feiyi's strange behavior. Instead, it was the old man from Kenzo who glanced thoughtfully at Long Feiyi. Only then did Han Yunxi look over, but Long Fei's face had long returned to its usual cold and solemn self. The old man was helpless. Han Yunxi didn't know what was going on and assumed that the old man wasn't planning to teach her the Xian Nu swordplay. After some thought, she quickly added, Senior Kenzo, I'm sure Senior Luo wouldn't want the Xian Nu swordplay to become a useless piece of paper at the bottom of a chest, right? The old man from Kenzo said seriously, Lass, you have to be proper when taking on a master. This old man doesn't feel good hearing that. How many people in the world wanted to take him as their disciple? Even though his martial arts were crippled, he still had Tianshan Kenzo's most secret sword manuals in his hand. They'd never been leaked. If this damned girl was Fei's concubine, then she should call him master just like Fei. It was fine if she didn't call him that, but now she was asking for his sword manuals without any self-awareness? He was even planning to be the martial arts master when she had children with Fei in the future and teach them personally. If he didn't take this chance to suppress her pride, how could he keep her children in check? Kenzo stroked his beard and waited for Han Yunxi to obediently kneel and call him master. But Han Yunxi only said, Senior Kenzo, since you gave the Xian Nu swordplay to Senior Luo, then this sword manual should belong to Senior Luo, right? If Yunxi wants to take a master, it should be Senior Luo, right? Han Yunxi asked seriously. Li Kenshin's heart gave a lurch at her words. He couldn't refute Han Yunxi's words. Where is Senior Luo's memorial tablet? I want to go there and worship him as my master. Han Yunxi's attitude was frank. Kenshin had never thought that someone would be willing to take Luo Qingling as their master after she had passed away for so many years. He suddenly realized how wrong he was. How could he let his disciple, how could he let Duanmu Yao learn the Xian Nu swordplay? This sword technique belonged to Luo Qingling. Only her disciple had the right to inherit it. Good. Good. Kenshin Li was extremely excited. Girl, old man will take you there. Old man will take you there right now. Kenshin Li was seriously injured, but he insisted on getting off the bed. Long Feiyi and Gu Beiyue did not stop him either. They looked at Han Yunxi and didn't know what to say to this woman. She was so different from the rest. She was always surprising and convincing. Kenshin Li quickly brought them to a building in the 9th hall of Nine Xian Hall. This building was the highest point on Celestial Mountain. Standing here, one could see the entire mountain range. Luo Qingling's memorial tablet was placed here. Kenshin Li would come here every day to offer 2 sticks of incense and chat with Luo Qingling. He would only leave when the incense burned out. After being imprisoned by the evil sword school for so long, he had been here for months. As soon as he arrived, he hurried to wipe down the memorial tablet, then the incense burner and the offering table. Han Yunxi and the rest didn't disturb Kenzo as they watched him busying himself. They simply stood outside the door and watched quietly. In the face of love, everyone was equal. No matter how high one's status or achievements were, they would always be ordinary and lowly in front of the one they loved. Han Yunxi and the rest didn't enter until the Kenzo Li was done with his work. Han Yunxi personally lit 2 sticks of incense. She looked at the small wooden tablet magnanimously and humbly. She said seriously, I, Han Yunxi, Long Feiyi's wife, will take Senior Luo Qingling as my master today. In the future, I will devote myself to practicing the Xian Nu swordsmanship and pass it on to the martial arts world. Han Yunxi then knelt down without hesitation. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Han Yunshi seriously kowtowed 3 times, causing the sword sect master's heart to fill with emotions at the sight. He was so moved that he couldn't speak. Luo Qingling also had a disciple. He knew that from now on, Luo Qingling's name would no longer be sealed in this small building. The Xian New swordsmanship would no longer be a memory. There would be legends of her in the martial arts world. Long Feiyi looked at Han Yunshi's back and was a little dazed. Her self-introduction was so simple and straightforward. I, Han Yunshi, Long Feiyi's wife. She didn't recognize any of the 3 identities. Daughter of the Han family, Qin Wangfei, or Princess of Western Qin. She only recognized one identity, his wife. Long Feiyi's wife. He swore to himself that he would give these 4 words the greatest glory, surpassing any identity or status in this world. After becoming his disciple, Kenshin gave the Xian New swordsmanship to Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi had the nirvana internal strength at the peak level. In fact, she had already overcome the first obstacle in practicing the Xian New swordsmanship. She only needed to master the 7 major sword styles in the Xian New swordsmanship. She spent 3 days reading the original swordsmanship. There were only 3 or 4 parts that she didn't understand. She could learn the rest by herself. Only then was Kenshin stunned by Han Yunshi's talents. He assumed that Han Yunshi would need at least a month to fully understand the swordsmanship. Kenshin had to admit that Duanmu Yao wasn't even a tenth of Han Yunshi's talent. Moreover, Han Yunshi's talents far surpassed Luo Qingling's in the past. Today, he told Long Feiyi in private, "Fei, this woman is your great fortune." Long Fei only smiled and didn't reply. In 3 days, the 2 honored elders finished repairing the sword sealing platform. They took out a high-quality replica of the Ganjiang sword and locked it onto the platform. Then they stood guard on the left and right sides of the platform, exerting their strength to surround the platform with sword qi. This might not be enough to fool Bai Yanqing, but it could at least interfere with his judgment. Over the next 3 days, he also discussed the matter of forging a new sword. As the saying goes, one needs to sharpen a sword every 10 years. How could a single year be enough to make a good sword? Moreover, a sword that could withstand Mosie's sword spirit couldn't even be described as a good sword anymore. Forging a sword was no simple task. No matter how capable Yi Xiao was, he couldn't avoid the awkwardness of a cleverest housewife cooking without rice. They not only needed to find a suitable material, but a suitable fire as well. Fei, forging a sword is the most important task. Let's put the northern expedition on hold for now. The sword sect master tried his best to persuade him. The 2 venerables had the same opinion. They nodded and hoped that Li Jianxin, as the master, would be able to persuade his disciple. Long Feiyi didn't speak. He had long discussed this with Han Yunshi. Whether it was saving lives or the northern expedition, neither could be delayed. That was what they owed Eastern and Western Qin, as well as the Ning Qing siblings and Mu Ling. Han Yunshi thought it over, then said, "Celestial fire. If we want it to be fast, we'll have to use celestial fire to refine it. If we can find something that can withstand celestial fire, we'll be able to forge Mosie's sword in no time." "Yunshi, where are you going to find something that can withstand celestial fire?" Kenzo asked immediately. "The earthly fire Kuan furnace, that thing's useless if you don't use it to forge a sword." An arrogant voice came from outside the door. Who else could it be but Gu? Han Yunshi jumped to her feet in delight. "That's right. That furnace can do it." Gu Beiwe was thrilled as well. "It's all thanks to Qishao for thinking of this. The copper from the earthly fire Kuan furnace is perfect. The earthly fire Kuan furnace could withstand the heat of the earthly fire without being burned down, so it wouldn't be destroyed by celestial fire. Now that the furnace had lost its earthly fire, it could be melted down by celestial fire." Long Feiyi didn't say a word, but he nodded his head. Kenzo and the 2 honored elders were pleasantly surprised as well, but Kenzo quickly asked, "About this matter, could pill master. Before he could finish, Gu cut him off. Leave this to me. Long Fei Yi, take Yi Shao to medicine requesting cave as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. Gu walked in with a guqin on his back. His figure was tall, and his red robes were enchanting. His looks were enough to topple cities, and his smile was bewitching. Those who didn't know better might think he was a guqin master who wandered the world with a guqin as his companion, confident and at ease. But everyone present knew that Ganjiang was hidden inside his guqin, so it wasn't easy for him to carry it on his back. Actually, it wasn't just Gu. Even the two honored elders had trouble carrying Ganjiang. Only Long Fei Yi, who was the owner of Ganjiang, could easily hold the sword and unsheath it. Gu wished he could quickly reforge Emosie's sword so that Long Fei Yi could take back Ganjiang and let Emosie's sword spirit leave his body. And before Emosie's sword spirit left him, he wouldn't easily offend Long Fei Yi. Because if Long Fei Yi pulled out the sword, he would be stupid. With Gu asking, the old man of alchemy would not refuse. Han Yunxi was a bit embarrassed. After all, she was the one who gave the earthly fire Kuan furnace to the old man of alchemy. Not only did she have to take it back, she might even destroy his precious furnace. This couldn't be justified. In the end, Han Yunxi personally prepared a large gift and had someone send it over. This large gift was none other than the snake pellet she obtained from the snake cave near the East Qin army camp. This thing was an extremely good supplement for refining pills. It was something that alchemists could only come across and not ask for. That day, Long Fei Yi personally wrote a letter and had someone send it to Su Donglin. He had Su Donglin personally deliver it to Yi Shao. The matter of forging the sword could be considered settled. Even if Bai Yanqing knew that Gu had obtained Emosie's sword spirit, he couldn't guess where Emosie's sword spirit came from. He also didn't know that there was a person like Yi Shao. However, Long Fei Yi was still cautious. He ordered someone to spread the news that he and Han Yunxi had left Tianshan Mountain and were heading to the desert in the west in search of iron to forge the sword. When this news was released, Han Yunxi also had people spread several false rumors. Some said that she and Long Fei Yi had gone to Northernly, some said that she and Long Fei Yi had gone to Jiangnan, and some said that she and Long Fei Yi had continued to stay on Tianshan Mountain. These false rumors were enough to confuse Bai Yanqing's judgment. When the matter of forging the sword was settled, Granny Yu came to the 9th temple. In the past few days, Granny Yu had already imprisoned the traitors and made an inventory of the losses in the scripture depository and sword depository. She also sent people to temporarily manage the affairs of the two pavilions. Elder Kenzo had always wanted to pass the position of sect head to Long Fei Yi, but how could a busy man like Long Fei Yi stay at the peak of Tianshan Kenzo all the time? Right now, there were no suitable candidates in Kenzo either. Granny Yu was worried that once Long Fei Yi's group left, Kenzo would fall into internal strife. After all, after this incident, the pavilion masters and disciples of the 55 sword pavilions would be bitterly disappointed with the peak of Mount Tianshan. Now that the two pavilions and two courtyards of the same sect were without a leader, the competition between the remaining disciples would definitely be more intense than before. Fei, why don't you stay here for a month or two and stabilize the situation first? Granny Yu advised earnestly. I can't do that. Han Yunxi was the first to speak. How could the elders of Tianshan Mountain understand their anxiety? There was no point in explaining, so Han Yunxi gave Elder Kenzo and Granny Yu an idea. Chapter 1071. Han Yunxi said to Elder Kenzo and Granny Yu, Tianshan Kenzo's management and promotion system is not only rigid, but also unfair. First, it's not conducive to management, second, it breeds corruption, and third, it leads to clique. In my opinion, sect masters should use this opportunity to abolish the 55 pavilions, as well as the 2 courtyards and 2 pavilions rules of accepting disciples. Even the 2 supremacies, who hadn't been involved in the affairs of Tianshan Kenzo, looked over. The 55 sword pavilions and the 2 courtyards had existed since Tianshan Kenzo's ancient times. To enter Tianshan Kenzo, one had to first become a disciple of one of the 55 pavilions. Then, through a martial arts competition, one could ascend to the peak of Tianshan Mountain and enter Lockhart Courtyard to learn the Nirvana Mantra. This rule had been in place for hundreds of years. How could it be changed so easily? Seeing the elder's troubled expressions, Han Yunshi said coldly, "The ancient rules can't be changed, but people's hearts are not what they used to be. If there's a better system, why not change it?" Elder Kenzo glanced at Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi continued to drink his tea, seemingly having no intention of interrupting. Elder Kenzo knew his disciple too well. He knew that even if he didn't agree with Han Yunshi, when he passed the position to Long Fei Yi in the future, Long Fei Yi would still listen to Han Yunshi. "What brilliant plan do you have? Why don't you share it with us?" Elder Kenzo finally relented. Han Yunshi said, "Those who accept disciples don't manage affairs, and those in charge don't accept disciples. Abolish Lockhart Courtyard, Scripture Pavilion, and Sword Pavilion, and retain Commandment Courtyard. Anyone who enters Tianshan Mountain can only join the 55 sword pavilions. They can only have one master for life." Everyone listened quietly. Even Gu Beiwen and Gu, who were outsiders, were interested. Han Yunshi continued, "Granny, you will continue to manage Commandment Courtyard and the entire sect's Commandment Courtyard. Scripture Pavilion and Sword Pavilion will be temporarily managed by the Supremacies. As for Lockhart Courtyard, abolish it. The pavilion masters of the 55 sword pavilions would arrange for their disciples to cultivate the Nirvana Mantra. Those who have reached the second level of the Nirvana Mantra and above will have the opportunity to enter the Hidden Sword Pavilion and the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion to choose a treasure sword and a sword manual." When Han Yunshi said this, the Kenzo old man stroked his beard and nodded. "That's a good idea. Granny," you murmured. "This way, the disciples at the foot of the mountain will have more chances. At least it's relatively fair. Only with fairness can we truly convince the masses," Han Yunshi said seriously. In the past, Tianshan Kenzo's selection system only had a few opportunities to compete every few years. Once the contestants failed, they would have to wait for another few years. But now, her method did not have a time limit. No matter when, as long as the disciples could advance, they would have the opportunity to come into contact with treasured swords and better sword manuals. He did not have to wait bitterly for the Sword Arts Conference, nor did he have to wait in fear for others to choose him. Practicing martial arts should be like this. Whoever is capable, go up. The two supremacies looked at each other and agreed with Han Yunshi's method. Han Yunshi continued, "The two supremacies will only be in charge of the Hidden Sword Pavilion and the Hidden Sword Pavilion for 3 years. After 3 years, the Sword Arts Conference will be held. Regardless of whether the master of the Hidden Sword Pavilion or the disciples of the Hidden Sword Pavilion, they can all participate. The winner will be in charge of the Hidden Sword Pavilion and the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion." When she said this, Granny Yu was the first to applaud. Such a huge temptation was enough to make the disciples concentrate on practicing swordsmanship for the next 3 years. Being in charge of the Hidden Sword Pavilion and the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion was the most lucrative job. All traitors will be expelled from Kenzo, and any relatives of the traitors' 3 clans will not be accepted into the sect, Han Yunshi said seriously. Her punishment was really ruthless. If the traitors' 3 clans were not allowed to enter Tianshan Kenzo, how would those traitors have the face to stay in their clans and the martial arts world? And in the future, who would dare to easily betray Tianshan Kenzo? Granny Yu liked this method of punishment so much that she secretly wrote Han Yunshi's words into the sect's rules. Kenzo hoped that Long Fei Yi would inherit the position of sect master, but she hoped that Han Yunshi would be in charge of the abstinence courtyard. With Han Yunshi around, Tianshan Kenzo's discipline would be especially good. "Supremacies, what do you think?" Kenzo asked seriously. The sect master will be in charge of the internal affairs of the sect, the great supremacies said seriously. With these words, Kenzo could make the decision. He said to Granny Yu, "Let the news out first to calm the hearts of the people. We'll have to discuss the details slowly." Indeed, Han Yunshi only gave a rough idea. Kenzo still had to discuss a complete management and promotion system with Granny Yu and the others. Once Kenzo's situation stabilized, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi could leave without worries. Duanmu Yao didn't show up these days, and there was no news of her. With the third supremacies in Duanmu Yao's hands, Han Yunshi and the others could only deal with the situation by sticking to the status quo. After Han Yunshi figured out all the problems with the Mystic Fairy Sword book, she secretly left the mountain with Long Feiyi, Gu Beiwei, and Gu. With Su Donglin not around, Gu Beiwei naturally took over Su Donglin's duties. He had arranged for a carriage and rations to be waiting at the foot of the mountain. Han Yunshi said as soon as she saw the carriage, "Let's ride horses. It'll be faster." "Princess, everyone hasn't rested for months. If we keep rushing around like this, our bodies won't be able to take it. It's going to be a tough battle in Northernly, so we can use this chance to rest for a few days," Gu Beiwei said seriously. Hearing this, Long Feiyi pulled Han Yunshi onto the carriage. The difference between riding a carriage and riding a horse was only 4 or 5 days. Since Gu Beiwei had spoken, he naturally couldn't let Han Yunshi ride a horse. Han Yunshi had no choice but to sit obediently in the carriage. Gu Qishao looked at Gu Beiwei, his heart filled with gratitude. He immediately slipped into the back of the carriage and took down the Ganjiang sword. Just like that, the two carriages secretly left Tianshan Kenzo. Su Donglin had gone to find Yi Shao, so only Bailey Mingxiang was left to take care of Chu Shifeng. Long Feiyi had given orders for Chu Shifeng to recover his martial arts before heading to Three-Way Black Market. There hadn't been much progress on Chu Tiannin's side, so Long Feiyi's group didn't stop by Western Zhou to meet him. Instead, they headed straight for Three-Way Black Market. Before leaving Celestial Mountain, Long Feiyi had ordered Bailey Yuanlong to prepare for the northern expedition. He and a few deputy generals would be on standby at Three-Way Black Market to prepare for a meeting with the D-Clan. Tang Li had also finished communicating with the D-Clan and was waiting for everyone to arrive before taking action. But Long Feiyi's group received bad news while they were still on the road. Ning Nuo had sent a letter to Bai Yuqiao, but Bai Yuqiao hadn't replied for half a month. In the past, secret letters were often delayed as well. After all, it wasn't convenient for Bai Yuqiao's side to deliver letters. But at most, he delayed a letter for 10 days. There had never been so many days without a reply. Ning Nuo and Tang Li both suspected that something had happened at Tiger's prison. Everyone was shocked when they heard the news. What else could have happened at Tiger's prison? It had to be Bai Yuqiao who'd exposed himself. Although this wouldn't affect the current situation much, it was a matter of life and death for the hostages. Especially Ning Cheng. Han Yunshi wanted to abandon the carriage and ride back on horseback. After all, they'd rested for a few days, so Long Feiyi had no objections. But who knew that just as the Shadow Guard arranged for a few horses to come over, Gu would inexplicably have a stomachache. He had to lie on his back to feel more comfortable. Han Yunshi and Gu Beiwei both examined him. He wasn't poisoned or sick. Both of them were at their wits' end. Even Gu Qishao was baffled. "What's wrong with me?" If not for the presence of Gu Beiwei, the doctor, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi would have suspected that Gu was faking it. Why was he in such a strange pain? Was it a coincidence? "You really can't find the cause?" Long Feiyi asked seriously. "I'm afraid it has something to do with his body constitution. We still have to observe him. Let's take the carriage. It's only a day or two away anyway," Gu Beiwei said softly. Although their whereabouts weren't exposed, they still had to be careful. They couldn't let Gu be too far away from them. It had to be known that if Bai Yanqing suddenly came, only Gu could guarantee their absolute safety. Long Fei Yi didn't hesitate. He had the shadow guard change the horses in the carriage, and the group continued to move forward. Gu laid on the carriage and gradually didn't hurt as much. But as soon as he sat up, he immediately felt pain again. He could only lie down obediently. Gu Beiwei stayed by his side. Seeing his depressed appearance, a sly look flashed past his eyes. He looked out of the window and chuckled to himself. Han Yunxi and the others were anxious on the road. Tang Li and Ning Nuo were anxious in three-way black market. Tang Li was on the verge of losing control. He wanted to go to Tiger's prison alone several times. Fortunately, the shadow guard saw him and stopped him. In the end, the shadow guard had no choice but to lock him in the room. The due date had long passed, but he couldn't be sure if Ning Jing had successfully given birth to the child or if Ning Jing and the child were still safe and sound. He knew nothing about Tiger's prison. How could he calm down? At this time, he was very regretful. He regretted being so righteous and sensible in the past. He didn't know how many times he had slapped himself in the face. He hated himself and felt that he was a good-for-nothing. In the dead of night, the banging on the door made the dozens of shadow guard nearby tremble in fear. "Let me out! Do you hear me? I order you all to let me out. I'm telling you, if you don't let me out, when my brother comes back I'll kill you all. Do you hear me? I'll get out one day. I'll kill you all." Tang Li crazily kicked and slammed the door. The shadow guards were at the door. Even though they were trembling in fear, they were still prepared to capture Tang Li if he slammed the door and came out. If Tang Li went to Tiger's prison at this juncture, he would really be courting death. The number of ambushes at Tiger's prison had doubled. Ning Qing still hadn't agreed to cooperate with Jun Yixie. Although Jun Yixie was still waiting for Ning Qing to change his mind, he was also prepared for revenge. "Ning Qing, I'll give you 5 more days. Think it over carefully. If you can't cooperate," Jun Yixie sneered, "this prince doesn't mind destroying both jade and common stone. This prince doesn't care about this world anymore." Since he couldn't win against Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi, he didn't want to fight anymore. Let the eastern and western Qin conquer the northern Qin. Even if he had to abandon the 3 armies, he would lure Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi to Tiger's prison and perish together. After Jun Yixie finished speaking, he fed Ning Qing an antidote and left in a huff. However, before he reached the door, Ning Qing spoke. He said, "Jun Yixie, if you help me with something, I'll consider it carefully." Jun Yixie was overjoyed, but he didn't show it. He turned his back to Ning Qing and asked coldly, "What is it?" Chapter 1072. As long as Ning Qing agreed to cooperate, what conditions would Jun Yixie not agree to? Jun Yixie was actually prepared to give in. As long as Ning Qing was willing to help him, he was even willing to split the world with Ning Qing. In his opinion, the reason why Ning Qing hadn't betrayed Han Yunxi until now was only because he was worried that he wouldn't get the benefits he deserved from him. Not wanting the world and only wanting Han Yunxi was just bullshit. A man naturally prioritized the world. What was a woman? Jun Yixie's back was facing Ning Qing, and a self-mocking sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't even know why he had fallen into Ning Qing's trap and believed in that kind of nonsense. Jun Yixie waited for Ning Qing to state his conditions, but who knew that Ning Qing would make a request that surprised him very much. Ning Qing said, "You want to cooperate with me and help me punish the first traitor of the D clan." Uncle Qing, who was chained to the side, suddenly raised his head. "Master Ning," Jun Yixie was stunned at first, but then he turned around with a big laugh. He looked at Uncle Qing and asked him, "Yes." Ning Qing lowered his eyes and looked at Uncle Qing coldly. He saw the shock in Uncle Qing's eyes, the pleading in Uncle Qing's eyes, and the fear in Uncle Qing's eyes, but he was indifferent. "Master Ning, this old servant is doing this for your own good. Master Ning, this old servant has worked hard even if I didn't make any contributions. You can't treat this old servant like this." Master Ning! Uncle Ching shouted. Jun Yixie walked closer step by step and smiled. But, to this prince, haha, he is a great contributor. A traitor is a traitor. All reasons are excuses. Even if you render meritorious service, you can't use them again. Ning Qing said coldly. Jun Yixie naturally wanted Uncle Cheng to stay. With Uncle Cheng, a senior member of the D clan, he could at least provide him with a lot of internal information. However, just as he was about to persuade him, Ning Qing looked up at him. In the darkness, his single eye was suffused with an icy cold light, like a wolf waiting for an opportunity to strike in the night, causing people to fear him. Jun Yixie unconsciously stopped in his track. Jun Yixie, are you planning to work with him, or with this clan head? It seems like you haven't thought it through. Once you've made up your mind, you can talk to me again. Even though Ning Qing was imprisoned on the gallows, he was still high and mighty, looking down at Jun Yixie with disdain. Although this sentence was for Jun Yixie to consider, it also cut off all room for consideration for Jun Yixie. If Jun Yixie hesitated even a little bit, Ning Qing wouldn't work with him anymore. A servant, no matter how capable or how much he knew, was still a servant in the end. Jun Yixie laughed. Ning Qing, how do you want to punish him? This prince is willing to do it for you. Master Ning, you can't do this to me. Master Ning, this old servant has served you for more than 20 years. You can't do this to this old servant, you can't. Master Ning, this old servant was wrong. This old servant knows that he was wrong. Master Ning, this old servant begs you, spare this old servant. Spare this old servant. Uncle Ching begged with all his might, instinctively struggling. The shackles on his hands and feet made crisp, knocking sounds on the ground, which was especially loud in the dark and gloomy prison cell. In the midst of Uncle Cheng's pleas, Ning Qing expressionlessly announced his punishment. Ning Qing said, "Cut off the fingernails on his hands and feet." As soon as he said this, Uncle Cheng's pleas stopped abruptly, revealing a terrified expression. Jun Yixie's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ning Qing, this brat, was indeed ruthless. What Ning Qing said wasn't an ordinary fingernail cutting, but finger-cutting torture. This kind of torture didn't need any torture tools, only a sharp finger scissors. Men, tie him up for this prince. Jun Yixie immediately ordered. No. Master Ning, spare my life. Spare my life. This subordinate knows his mistake. This subordinate knows his mistake. Master Ning, this subordinate won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Uncle Ching screamed at the top of his lungs. It was only at this time that he felt regret and fear. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Even if he had to give up everything, even if he had to give up his life, Ning Qing wouldn't allow himself to betray him, let alone treat Uncle Ching. Leaving Uncle Ching alive would only make things easier for Jun Yixie. Ning Qing had long wanted to kill him. Uncle Ching deserved to die. He deserved to die with his punishment. Ning Qing didn't even think that he could escape, so how could he leave Uncle Ching alive? The soldiers quickly tied Uncle Ching to a wooden plank, securing his body, head, limbs, and even his palms and feet. Only the fingers on his hands and feet that couldn't move were exposed. So noisy, shut his mouth. Jun Yixie was already in a bad mood, and Uncle Cheng's noise made him even more irritated. Once Uncle Cheng's mouth was gagged, the small prison immediately quieted down. The soldiers brought over an incomparably sharp finger scissors. Jun Yixie wouldn't do it himself, so he threw the nail scissors to the attendant beside him and ordered in a deep voice, "Serve him well." Upon hearing this, Uncle Cheng's eyes widened. He struggled, but it was a pity that even if he used all his strength, he couldn't break free from the ropes on his body. The attendant knelt at his feet on one knee and pressed down on his thumb. The blade of the scissors pierced directly into the nail, all the way to the bottom. Uncle Cheng was in so much pain that all the pores on his body opened up. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. The attendant didn't stop there. and pulled out the blade of the scissors fiercely. Following that, he began to cut vertically along the fingernail into the flesh. This wasn't a fake nail, it was clearly cutting off the entire nail. The scissors cut into the flesh bit by bit and the pain intensified. At first, it was relatively easy, but later on, when the scissors came into contact with the flesh and the fingernail, it wasn't so easy to cut. The attendant began to cut with force, and the blade directly pierced through the flesh and the fingernail, cutting through the entire nail. Uncle Cheng was in so much pain that his eyes widened, and his whole body was filled with blood. However, this was far from the most painful moment. Everything had just begun. After the servant cut a crack in the thumbnail, he cut along the crack to the left and right. In the end, the entire thumbnail was cut off, leaving only a bloody mess. This was only the first fingernail, there were still 19 more. The attendant didn't give Uncle Cheng any breathing room, and cut off the fingernails one by one. When the attendant cut off the last 3 toes, Uncle Cheng finally looked at Ning Ching. He widened his eyes and stared fixedly. There was no pleading, no resentment, nothing. He just stared fixedly. Ning Ching let him stare, expressionless. When the attendant cut off all the toes and began to cut off the fingers, Uncle Cheng finally couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at Ning Ching and tears flowed out of his eyes. Unfortunately, Ning Ching was still indifferent, and didn't even say a word. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and cutting off fingernails was far more painful than cutting off toenails. Uncle Cheng was in so much pain that his whole body trembled, and tears streamed down his face. Jun Yixia looked at this scene with great interest. Only today did he realize how cruel and ruthless Ning Ching was. He felt a little regretful. If he had met Ning Ching earlier, perhaps they wouldn't have come to this point. Perhaps they would have cooperated long ago. After the fingernails were cut off one by one, Uncle Cheng was in so much pain that he almost fainted. He lay on the torture board in a daze and was in despair. Jun Yixia lazily got up from his seat and said with a smile, "Ning Ching, the show is over. Let's talk about our cooperation, right? I want to kill him myself." Ning Ching looked at the unconscious Uncle Cheng, and his eyes shot out a terrifying hatred. Jun Yixia shrugged and very generously said, "Of course." With a glance, the soldier immediately stepped forward and released Ning Ching. Ning Ching looked around, as if looking for a weapon. "Here, use this prince's sword." Jun Yixia generously handed over the treasured sword. Just how sincere was he to cooperate with Ning Ching? Ning Ching walked over expressionlessly, took Jun Yixia's treasured sword, and turned to face Uncle Ching. Coldly, he said, "Damn it, you're going to die sooner or later." With that, he suddenly pulled out his sword, turned around unexpectedly, and ruthlessly stabbed at Jun Yixia at lightning speed. Jun Yixia was caught off guard and subconsciously dodged. However, the secret room was so small, and his sword was a long sword, so he couldn't dodge at all. In a flash, the blade tacitly connected with Jun Yixia's abdomen. Just as Ning Ching was about to ruthlessly pierce through, the guards around him hurriedly pulled his hand. At the same time, Jun Yixia ruthlessly kicked away Ning Ching. All the guards surrounded him, forming a human wall in front of Jun Yixia. Ning Ching fell beside Uncle Cheng. He knelt on one knee, pressing his hand on the sword to support himself. Jun Yixia clutched his bleeding abdomen, his anger soaring to the sky. "Ning Ching, you're courting death. You've let this prince down again and again. This prince will definitely make you pay the price." Ning Cheng's eyes were cold, and he didn't hesitate to attack with his sword. These days, he had probed Jun Yixia several times, and also asked Uncle Cheng several times. Although he didn't know who took Ning Jing away, and he didn't even know if they were kidnapped or rescued. But he was very certain that Ning Jing and the others were no longer in Jun Yixia's hands. Jun Yixia also couldn't find them. In other words, Jun Yixia only had him as a hostage. Back in Heavenly River City, he was already prepared to die with Jun Yixia. If it wasn't for the northern expedition being delayed, perhaps he would have already sent his sword to Jun Yixie. As long as he died, Jun Yixie would no longer have the capital to threaten the princess. Jun Yixie would lose for sure. Perhaps, if he died, the D clan would fall into chaos. But compared to the princess being threatened, he would rather have the D clan fall into chaos. Since the Northernly fell into chaos, whether it was Jun Yixie or the Northern Dynasty's emperors, they didn't have the strength to fight anymore. East Qin's army was enough for the Northern expedition. If the D clan fell into chaos, then let them fall into chaos. At least, in the years that he had been in charge of the D clan, as long as he was alive, the D clan had adhered to their rules, adhered to their mission, and never betrayed Western Qin. At least, he could have a clear conscience. The guards couldn't beat Ning Qing, and Jun Yixie was heavily injured, so he couldn't fight back. The guards protected Jun Yixie as they retreated. The guards outside immediately rushed in to help, and the poison guards immediately surrounded the prison. Very quickly, Ning Qing charged out covered in blood. But, even if Ning Qing could resist the guards, he couldn't resist the poison guards. Chapter 1073. The moment Ning Qing charged out, he was stopped by the poison guard. He didn't know what poison he had been poisoned with, but he immediately lost all his strength and fell to his knees. Not long after he fell to his knees, he lost all his strength and fainted on the ground. Detoxify him, keep him alive. Jun Yixie roared at the unconscious Ning Qing. He was so angry that his eyes had turned scarlet, and he looked like a crazy demon. He had given Ning Qing so many chances, and he had sincerely wanted to cooperate with him. Why? Why did Ning Qing have to play with him again and again? What was so good about Han Yunxi, that pair of broken shoes? Why did Ning Qing have to be so loyal? Why would such a vicious and merciless man give up power and glory for a woman? Jun Yixie couldn't understand, and he didn't want to think about it anymore. He roared angrily, "You want to die together with me, right? All right, Ning Qing, this prince will fulfill your wish. Just you wait, this prince will definitely make Han Yunxi accompany you in death. Definitely." Jun Yixie was already injured, and with such an agitated roar, he couldn't stand at all. He took 2 steps back and fell to the ground. However, he was still unwilling to give up and was unable to calm down. He glared at Ning Qing and roared again, "Ning Qing, this prince will definitely make you regret it. I will definitely make you regret your choice. Definitely." As soon as Jun Yixie finished speaking, he lost all strength in his body and collapsed to the ground. The wound in his abdomen was very, very serious. Even though he pressed down on the wound, fresh blood still flowed out, drenching his clothes and pooling on the ground. This was probably the biggest blow in his life. If that was the case, the first time was because he was stupid and was deceived by Ning Qing, then the second time would be because he was useless. So, in this situation, Ning Qing would rather take the risk and choose to die together with him than to cooperate with him. "They are all liars," he said word by word. Bai Yanqing, Bai Yuqiao, and Ning Qing were all liars. Jun Yixie looked up at the sky and suddenly sneered. His smile was cruel and determined. As he laughed, he slowly closed his eyes and fainted. The surrounding guards panicked and didn't know what to do. Hao San hurriedly ran over to support him as he shouted, "Doctor? Get a doctor, quick! Someone, quickly get the doctor here, quickly!" When Jun Yixie woke up, the wound on his abdomen had already been treated. He had only moved a little when pain came from the wound. It was as if the wound had been torn apart. When Hao San, who was pouring out medicine, saw that his master had woken up, he hurriedly ordered someone to call the doctor over. "Master, don't move. Don't move." Hao San hurriedly ran over and held Jun Yixie. "It's just a minor injury. Why are you making such a fuss?" Jun Yixie asked unhappily. Hao San's face was anxious. "Master, this isn't a minor injury. The doctor said that the wound is very deep." If it was any deeper, it would have pierced through. There's no way to save it. Jun Yixie coldly glared at him and insisted on getting off the bed. But when he sat up, the wound immediately began to bleed. Master, this servant is begging you. Just lie down properly. If something were to happen to you, wouldn't that be Ning Cheng's intention? Hao San anxiously advised. Jun Yixie also didn't expect that he would be injured so seriously. He lay back down and stared blankly at the smear of blood on his abdomen. At this time, the doctor came over. When he saw the smear of blood, the doctor was anxious, but he didn't dare to say anything bad about Jun Yixie. He could only quickly reapply the blood and bandage the wound. Jun Yixie didn't move or say a word, as if he was in a daze. After the doctor finished treating the wound, he asked coldly, "How long will it take for this wound to heal? This servant is incompetent. His Highness the Duke of Kong won't be able to get off the bed for at least 3 days. For the next 10 days, he will need to change the dressing every 2 days. The bleeding will completely stop after 15 days. After a month, he will be allowed to move about normally." The doctor replied fearfully. Jun Yixie waved his hand to dismiss the doctor. He asked Hao San, "Where's Ning Cheng?" "He's imprisoned in the prison. The poison from the poison guards has been neutralized." Hao San hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Master, should we send the antidote today?" The antidote for the poison that Jun Yixie gave Ning Cheng had to be taken daily. Otherwise, he would definitely die within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. This antidote was in Jun Yixie's hands. Even Hao San didn't have it. This was also the biggest reason why Ning Cheng couldn't escape and could only perish together with Jun Yixie. "Send it over." Jun Yixie took out the antidote without hesitation. He was originally gloomy and cold, but at this moment, his entire person became even colder. "Serve him well. Han Yunshi hasn't arrived yet, so he can't die." Hao San hurriedly took the antidote and rushed to the secret prison. Jun Yixie summoned the soldiers and instructed them in a low voice, "Send all the archers that can be sent to this prince. Also, send all the gunpowder in the army over. This matter must be kept confidential." Yes. The soldiers immediately obeyed and went to carry out the orders. After Jun Yixie lost his temper became even stranger. He didn't look at Ning Cheng again. Instead, he had Hao San deliver the antidote to Ning Cheng on time every day. As he recuperated, he redeployed the defenses of Tiger's prison. At the same time, he constantly sent people to investigate the whereabouts of Ning Jing and the others. No one knew that the mysterious man who could control the tiger was the greatest fear hidden in the depths of his heart. If there came a day when he found out that the person who could control the white tiger he tamed was Deacon Jean, how would he feel? In fact, Deacon Jean was still hiding in this dense mountain forest and hadn't left Tiger's prison. It wasn't because of anything else, but because Deacon Jean was seriously injured and still hadn't woken up. The dense grass covered the entrance of the cave. If one didn't look carefully, even if they walked to the entrance of the cave, no one would know that there was a tiger's den hidden behind the grass and trees. The inside of the cave was dusky. Deacon Jean was unconscious on the ground, and the only remaining white tiger was quietly guarding by his side. Mu Ling was hugging a baby in swaddling clothes as she leaned against the wall and dozed off. She was thin and weak to begin with, and the torment of the past few days made her even more haggard. Not to mention that she had lost a lot of weight, her face was very pale, and there were large dark circles under her eyes. Even that pair of big, clear eyes had lost their spirit. She was very sleepy, but she still hugged the baby tightly. This baby in swaddling clothes was Ning Jing and Tang Li's daughter. Her parents weren't around, so Mu Ling made her own decision and gave her a nickname, Tang Tang. She hoped that this baby would be able to reunite with her parents one day and smile as sweet as honey. Mu Ling dozed off and unknowingly fell asleep. But soon, her brows furrowed, and her face gradually filled with horror. She once again dreamed of the scene on the day of their escape. That day, Bai Yuqiao and the unconscious Ning Jing rode on a white tiger together, and Su Xiaoyu rode on another one. After they fought their way out of the encirclement, they escaped first. She and Deacon Jean quickly caught up with them. However, when they escaped into the dense forest, they suddenly encountered a very terrifying man in black. She didn't know what the man in black did, but the white tiger behind them suddenly fell down and turned into a pool of blood in an instant. They were frightened, and Jean Zi told everyone to escape separately. However, before they could separate, the man in black flew towards her and Jean Zi, wanting to snatch the baby. Almost at the same time, the two tigers that Bai Yuqiao and Su Xiaoyu rode on turned into a pool of blood. Just when she and Jean Zi were in despair, Bai Yuqiao suddenly threw himself at the man in black and hugged him tightly, telling them to escape. Jean Zi didn't care about Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu, and took her and the baby to escape into the depths of the dense forest. She didn't have time to answer. Until now, she didn't know whether Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu had successfully escaped, and she didn't know whether Bai Yuqiao was alive or dead. She couldn't imagine if she, Jean Zi, and the baby in her hands were caught by the man in black. Would they turn into a pool of blood like those tigers? Jean Zi didn't dare to be careless. Seeing that the man in black didn't chase after them, he let the white tiger run to the right, and he took her and the baby to the left. In the end, she couldn't run anymore, so Jean Zi carried her and the baby on his back. He was almost running with his life. When they ran to the tiger's den, Jean Zi put her and the baby down and was unconscious until now. Mu Ling knew that there was a way to die, which was called exhaustion. However, she never thought that the person beside her would be in such a situation. She was frightened and guarded Jean Zi all day long. Every once in a while, she would check his pulse, fearing that he would really die from exhaustion. Little Tang Tang was hungry and cried all day long. She didn't know what to do. She couldn't be sure whether the man in black was still looking for them. She was almost desperate, but the big white tiger actually found them and brought a tigress that had just given birth. In desperation, she could only let little Tang Tang eat tiger milk. The starving little Tang Tang was really like a mother with milk. She wasn't afraid of the tigress, and after a few days, she was especially close to the tigress. As if she was frightened by the big white tiger, the tigress was especially protective of little Tang Tang and was respectful to her. Mu Ling was cautious after all. After several days of observation, she was sure that the tigress wasn't hostile. Only then did she dare to let little Tang Tang sleep next to the tigress. With the tigress helping her comfort little Tang Tang, she had time to take care of Jean Zi. Although the big white tiger bit a lot of herbs, it didn't affect Jean Zi's injury much. After staying in the tiger's den for 3 days, she sneaked out to pick herbs. She didn't dare to go far, so she stayed near the cave. Suddenly, Mu Ling screamed, "Run! Sister Jing, run! Run! Woo-woo, big Sister Jing, hurry up and run! You can't die, you haven't seen Tang Li yet. Sister Jing, hurry up and run! Tang Tang, where is Tang Tang? Give Tang Tang back to Sister Jing! Give Tang Tang back to Sister Jing!" Mu Ling's face was covered in tears from her dream, waking up the two tigers beside her. The tigress was about to wake her up, but suddenly stopped and turned to look at the white tiger. She saw that the big white tiger had gotten up and was devoutly prostrating beside Deacon Jean. Deacon Jean had opened his eyes and was awake. The tigress immediately turned around and prostrated with the big white tiger, bowing their heads. Deacon Jean silently sat up and gently stroked the big white tiger's head. He couldn't help but frown when he saw Mu Ling crying from a nightmare. He was about to wake her up when Mu Ling suddenly cried miserably. Chi brother, where are you? Chi brother, don't you want Linger any more? Chi brother, where are you? Chi brother, Mu Ling misses you so much. Chapter 1074. What was Mu Ling dreaming of that made her cry and shout Chi brother? What did she need Gu for? To save her? Deacon Jean had wanted to wake Mu Ling up, but when he heard the words, "Chi brother," he stopped moving. Just like that, he sat there quietly, looking at her tear-streaked face, looking at her terrified little face, listening to her cry. She called out, "Chi Gij," again and again. What was so good about Gu? Suddenly, Deacon Jean muttered. He said, "Mu Ling, how about I take you back to East Wu?" He said, "Mu Ling, forget everything. Let's change our names and go to East Wu to herd sheep and horses, okay?" He said, "Mu Ling, what's so good about you?" He had spent so much effort and almost lost his life. He should have taken her to exchange the indenture contract with Han Yunxi and then left alone to return to Wintercrow country. But damn it, he didn't even want the indenture contract and just wanted to take her away. Mu Ling was dreaming deeply and crying sadly, but even so, she still hugged little Tang Tang tightly and didn't let go. She wasn't the child's mother, but protecting the child had become an instinct. She wouldn't let go easily even in her dreams. Finally, the sleeping child was awakened. At first, she was sobbing, but then she cried louder and louder. Mu Ling woke up abruptly and almost let go of the child. Fortunately, she hugged her tightly in time. She didn't even realize that Deacon Jean had woken up and was sitting not far away, staring at her. She exhaled and muttered to herself, "You scared me to death." She quickly hugged little Tang Tang tightly and pressed her face against the baby's swaddling clothes. She seemed to be comforting little Tang Tang, but she was actually looking for comfort and courage from little Tang Tang. If it wasn't for the fact that little Tang Tang needed her protection, she would have broken down a long time ago. Until now, she still couldn't imagine the safety of Ningjing and Bai Yuqiao. Were they safe or in danger? "Don't cry, Tang Tang. Mother will be back soon. Little Tang Tang, be a good girl and don't cry. Mother will be back soon. Godmother won't lie. Little Tang Tang, be good. Daddy is coming to save us. Don't cry." As a mother, she had to be strong. Even if she wasn't a mother, she still had to be strong. Mu Ling comforted her in a low voice. Then, she comforted little Tang Tang as if she was comforting herself. Little Tang Tang had stopped crying, but her face was still full of tears. Deacon Jean originally wanted to let Mu Ling discover that he was awake first, but he really couldn't stand it anymore. This brat was clearly still like a child herself. Why did she have to pretend to be so mature? She made it seem as if that child was really hers. "Mu Ling," Deacon Jean suddenly said in a cold voice. Mu Ling suddenly looked up and immediately saw Deacon Jean sitting in front of her with a gloomy face. When did this guy wake up? She was stunned and couldn't speak for a long time. "Are you stupid? Why are you comforting the child? Wipe your tears first." Deacon Jean reprimanded unhappily. Mu Ling quickly ran over with the child in her arms. She looked at Deacon Jean in disbelief. You finally woke up." As soon as she came closer, Deacon Jean immediately found that she was a lot more haggard. Her complexion was very, very bad. How long had he been unconscious? How long had she been in this cave? How did she get through these days? Thinking of these questions, his brows furrowed even tighter. Mu Ling looked deeply at Deacon Jean. She quickly put little Deacon Jean aside and reached out to pinch Deacon Jean's cheek. "It hurts." Deacon Jean cried out in pain, but his hands didn't move. He didn't push her away. "Mu Ling, are you stupid? What are you doing?" Unexpectedly, Mu Ling burst into tears. She cried even louder than little Tang Tang just now. Sob sob. "Jeanzy, I'm not dreaming. You're finally awake. You're finally awake. You scared me, do you know that? I thought you would never wake up again. I don't know what to do." Sob sob. "Jeanzy, you're finally awake." Sob sob. As soon as Mu Ling started crying, little Tang Tang immediately burst into tears. Mu Ling then realized that she had lost her composure. She immediately shut her mouth and hurriedly hugged little Tang Tang. Unexpectedly, just as she turned around, Deacon Jean suddenly pulled her into his arms. Mu Linger was dumbfounded, however, she quickly struggled. What are you doing? Let go of me! Don't move! Jinzi ordered fiercely. How could Mu Linger be frightened by him? She struggled even more. Let go of me! She's crying! Let go of me! Otherwise, I won't be polite. As long as you keep quiet, she won't cry. Manager Jin's grip was strong enough for Mu Linger to struggle out of his grip. Mu Linger wanted to explain, but Deacon Jin continued, You scared her to tears. You're a crybaby yourself. Why would you be afraid of her crying? Mu Linger was speechless. In the end, she could only say, Let go of me. Faced with her words, Deacon Jin was speechless. He didn't let go. Instead, he hugged Mu Linger even tighter. Mu Linger struggled a few times, but in the end she could only give in. What surprised her was that little Tang Tang actually stopped crying. Mu Linger was not used to being hugged for too long. She was also flustered and had an indescribable feeling. She said very seriously, Jinzi, men and women shouldn't touch each other. You're taking advantage of me. You can't do this. Don't forget what you owe me? Deacon Jin replied coldly. She still owed him a night of company. How was a hug taking advantage of him? Who knew that Mu Linger would go back on her word? Go tell on us to Jun Yixie right now. As soon as she said that, the grip around her waist tightened. It was so tight that Mu Linger felt pain. However, Mu Linger didn't have anything on Deacon Jin, so she wasn't afraid of him. She was very stubborn and firm. Jinzi, I don't owe you anything. Let me tell you, if you want to get back the indenture agreement from my sister, let go of me immediately. From now on, keep a distance of 3 steps from me. Otherwise, my sister and brother-in-law won't let you off. Mu Linger warned sternly. Deacon Jin was unmoved. He leaned over and said mildly in her ear, I don't want the indenture agreement. I only want you. As soon as he said that, Mu Linger froze. You. Are you kidding? Who are you kidding? Mu Linger, we agreed that if I saved you from Tiger's prison, you would return to Winter Crow Country with me. Are you going back on your word? Deacon Jin asked again. Mu Linger remembered that Deacon Jin had said that before. However, she thought that he was just boasting out of boredom. How would she know that he was so capable that he could control a tiger? Mu Linger was stunned. She knew that this wasn't a dream, but she felt that she was dreaming. A dream that she didn't know if it was a nightmare. She knew that Deacon Jin liked her, but she didn't know why Deacon Jin liked her. When did he like her? Deacon Jin should hate her. Are you coming with me? Deacon Jin asked again. We have to find Sister Jing and the rest first. Otherwise, what about little Deacon Jin? Mu Linger found an excuse to avoid Deacon Jin's question. It wasn't that she didn't want to refuse, but she didn't dare to. This guy was hugging her and burying his head in her shoulder. If she angered him, she wouldn't be able to answer even if she called for help in this wilderness. Mu Linger finally became a little more cautious, but Deacon Jin's words made her despair. Deacon Jin said, Take the child away and never have any contact with them. That's my bottom line. Mu Linger couldn't stand it anymore and rebuked angrily, Jinzi, you stole someone else's child. Don't you have any shame? You're bullying such a small child. What's the difference between you and that big bastard Jun Yixie? Are you coming or not? Deacon Jin was impatient. He had no interest in Ning Jing and Tang Li's daughter at all. Such a small child, and a girl at that, couldn't be bought for much at the slave market. He didn't want to have any contact with Han Yunxi and the rest because once Han Yunxi and the rest found out that Mu Linger was in his hands, he reckoned that he would be caught even if he fled to the ends of the earth. Mu Linger was too naive and didn't understand her sister at all. With Han Yunxi's temper and ambition, if she knew that he knew the art of animal taming, how could she let him go so easily? He had been pondering about his relationship with Jun Yixie from the Black Clan and how he got his animal taming skills. Although he was curious, he wasn't interested in finding out. He didn't want to get involved in the battle between the 7 aristocrats and the Eastern and Western Qin royal family. He just wanted to go back to his hometown. Changing his name and disappearing from the world was the safest and most peaceful choice. Mu Linger thought for a long time and asked sincerely, "Jin Zi, can I think about it?" If Mu Linger became cunning, then it must be because she was forced to follow Jin Zi. She thought that this place wasn't far from Tiger's Den, and it was already summer. Han Yunxi should be coming to save them. Perhaps Han Yunxi and the rest would be here in a few days. At that time, she would teach Jin Zi a lesson. "Okay. I'll give you 3 days." Deacon Jin let go of Mu Linger. Mu Linger secretly sighed in relief and didn't bargain with Deacon Jin. She wanted to wait for 3 days and then ask for 3 more days from him. Anyway, she would stall for as long as she could. Besides, they might not be able to escape from this forest. That mysterious person and Jun Yixie must still be looking for them everywhere. Mu Linger hurriedly picked up little Tang Tang and realized that the big white tiger and the tigress were looking at her strangely. When she looked over, the 2 tigers actually lowered their heads and were especially respectful. Without a doubt, Deacon Jin's hug just now made the 2 tigers think that Mu Linger was their mistress. Mu Linger pursed her lips and pretended not to see it. Deacon Jin also turned his head away and pretended not to know anything. Wouldn't the 2 tigers feel awkward? The 2 of them didn't speak and the cave quieted down. For some reason, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. In the end, it was Mu Linger who spoke first. "Jin Zi, where did you come from? How can you control these tigers?" "Talent." After hearing a lot of tiger roar, I knew what they meant. Later on, I tried a few times and found that they were all afraid of me. I secretly taught them a few times and they all listened to me. Deacon Jin said it casually as if it was just a very ordinary thing. He definitely didn't know how much time and effort Jun Yixie spent to train these tigers. "I don't believe it." Mu Linger looked at him suspiciously. However, Deacon Jin didn't want to talk about it. "No one is forcing you to believe it." Mu Linger simply stopped asking and turned her head to look to the side. At this time, the big white tiger suddenly stood up. Deacon Jin thought that it had sensed danger outside the cave. Who knew that it actually kept wagging its tail at Mu Linger? Mu Linger then remembered something and smiled. "Jin Zi, it's time for you to take your medicine." Take medicine? He had been unconscious all this time. How could he take medicine? Chapter 1075. Deacon Jin had been unconscious for the past few days. How did he take the medicine? If there was a pre-boiled medicine, Mu Linger could have pried open his mouth and forced it down his throat. However, the problem was that there were no utensils in the cave that could be used to boil medicine. How was she going to boil it? A trace of suspicion flashed across Deacon Jin's eyes. He looked around before his gaze finally landed on Mu Linger. He was waiting to see how Mu Linger would feed him the medicine. Mu Linger immediately walked to the side. In a corner not far away, there was a pile of herbs that had been freshly picked and dried. There were also some wild fruit. Mu Linger didn't dare to wander around outside every day. She usually went out once every 2 or 3 days and came back with a pile of herbs and wild fruit. The herbs were for Manager Jean, while the wild fruits were for her to satisfy her hunger. Fortunately, she didn't have a big appetite and preferred vegetarian food. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to survive after eating so many wild fruits for so many days. As soon as Mu Linger walked over, Big White Tiger immediately followed her and squatted beside the pile of herbs with Mu Linger. Mu Linger chose carefully for a while before picking out a bunch of herbs. There were 1 or 2 of each type, and 7 or 8 types made a large pile. Deacon Jin didn't notice that Big White Tiger was sticking close to Mu Linger. He looked at her back and seemed to be thinking about something. Unconsciously, he bit his lip lightly. He only came back to his senses when Mu Linger turned and walked towards him. Seeing that there were so many herbs in her hands, he was really puzzled. He couldn't understand how this girl was handling these raw herbs. However, he didn't say a word and didn't bat an eyelid. Unexpectedly, Mu Ling directly handed over a large pile of herbs. Here, these are the herbs you need to take. Deacon Jin's hands hung by his sides as he gently clenched his fists. He asked, "How do I take them?" "Just eat like this," Mu Linger said seriously. "What's this?" Deacon Jin also became serious. "Eat it raw. Chew it up and swallow it," Mu Linger replied. Deacon Jin's serious face finally showed some expression. He sneered and said, "Mu Linger, you still have the mood to joke with me. You seem to be in a good mood." Mu Linger didn't like Deacon Jin's disdainful gaze. In his eyes, she seemed to be worthless. She really couldn't understand. Since Deacon Jin despised her so much, why would he pester her and not let her go? Sincerity was also required to pester someone. Just like how she pestered Chi Brother, she was full of sincerity. She had never despised Chi Brother. As long as it was something Chi Brother said or did, she liked it all. Even if Chi Brother didn't say or do anything and just stood there, she still liked him. If you like someone, shouldn't you like everything about him with all your heart? What kind of liking was Deacon Jin? The more Mu Linger thought about it, the more depressed she became. She coldly looked back at him and replied loudly, "Jin Z, are you blind? Can't you see that there's no medicine furnace or fire here? Tell me, if I don't chew these medicines raw, how am I supposed to eat them? Don't tell me you want to suffer for a few hours to extract the essence before drinking them?" Deacon Jin's expression became even more strange. Mu Linger continued, "These medicines are only beneficial to you. Take them or leave them." Mu Linger didn't care if Deacon Jin took them or not. She stuffed a large handful of medicinal ingredients into his arms and turned to leave. Deacon Jin caught the medicinal ingredients with one hand and pulled Mu Linger's hand with the other. "Wait! Can you stop being so touchy?" Mu Linger shook off his hand. Deacon Jin didn't pull her again and let Mu Linger walk to the side. Mu Linger picked up Little Tang Tang from the tigress' side and sat down against the wall. Little Tang Tang was too young and spent far more time sleeping than awake. At this moment, she had already fallen asleep again. Perhaps it was because she had drunk the tigress milk, but her complexion was particularly good. Her rosy cheeks made her look even more beautiful and delicate, making people want to kiss and pinch her. Mu Linger looked at Little Tang Tang, and no matter how bad her mood was, it would immediately brighten up. She couldn't help but think about how happy Tang Li would be if he knew that Sister Jing had given birth to a daughter for him. She couldn't help but think about how this little girl would look like when she grew up and how many men would adore her. She also thought about how much trouble Sister Jing would have to face in the Tang sect in the future if she only had this daughter. Mu Linger was immersed in her own thoughts and didn't know that Deacon Jin had been staring at her. His gaze was even more complicated than before. Deacon Jin seemed to be hesitating about something. After a long time, he spoke again. He said, "Mu Linger, when I was unconscious, this medicine, how did I take it? I chewed it up and forced it down." Mu Linger answered casually. Her attention was on Little Tang Tang. Deacon Jin obviously knew that the medicine was chewed up and forced down, but he wanted to ask who chewed it up. Actually, this was a question that didn't need to be asked. Mu Linger was the only one in the cave. Other than Mu Linger chewing up the medicine, could it have been two tigers? Deacon Jin looked at Mu Linger's calm reaction, and a trace of suspicion flashed through his eyes. He said, "Oh," and didn't ask any more questions. He sat down opposite Mu Linger and leaned against the wall. Just like that, the two of them quieted down again. Mu Linger looked at Little Tang Tang, entranced and lost in thought. Deacon Jin was immersed in his own thoughts. The big white tiger quietly lay down beside Deacon Jin, sniffing the herbs in Deacon Jin's hands from time to time. It seemed to like the smell of herbs very much. After a while, Mu Linger inadvertently raised her head and saw that Deacon Jin hadn't taken his medicine yet. She couldn't be bothered to care about it. Anyway, this guy was already awake, so he probably wouldn't die. Mu Linger. Deacon Jean opened his mouth. You Mu Linger looked up again and asked unhappily, What? You? Deacon Jean avoided her gaze and asked, You were the one who chewed up the medicine a few days ago. Mu Linger's heart suddenly thumped. Only then did she realize the problem. She left and avoided Deacon Jin's questioning gaze. Is that so? Deacon Jean had already spoken, so he wanted to ask clearly. He wanted Mu Linger to admit it herself. Mu Linger still looked away and didn't answer. Is that so? I'm asking you a question, Deacon Jean asked loudly. Mu Linger only felt her scalp go numb. She looked at the ground beside her and wished she could just bury her head in it. Seeing that she was so nervous, Deacon Jean didn't pursue the matter. He looked away and smiled soundlessly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. It was especially good-looking. He took a medicinal herb and chewed it. The bitter taste immediately spread in his mouth. The more he chewed and swallowed it, the more unpleasant it felt. But he chewed it tightly and tasted it. After chewing the herb, he said, This medicine is bitter enough. Mu Linger, it's been hard on you. Mu Linger looked at him abruptly, her face full of surprise. Jean Z, it's not me who's been hard on you. It's Big White Tiger who's been hard on you. It was the one who chewed the medicine for you. At this moment, Big White Tiger was lying at Deacon Jin's feet, looking up at him with a pious expression. Deacon Jean immediately looked at Big White Tiger and saw it grinning at him, revealing a row of white canine teeth. Deacon Jean instantly froze, dumbfounded. Mu Linger really couldn't understand. Wasn't Deacon Jean disgusted by this method of feeding medicine? She was trembling with fear as she waited for him to flare up. Who knew that he would actually say, It's been hard on you? She was a pharmacist and had to be professional. In order to protect the patient's life, she had to make the patient take the medicine no matter what method was used. But in the face of such a situation, she still felt disgusted, really disgusted. What was Jean Z thinking? Mu Linger looked at Deacon Jean in disdain. Just as she was about to ask, Deacon Jean finally couldn't take it anymore. He got up and ran out of the cave, vomiting nonstop. Deacon Jean had been unconscious for so long. Other than drinking water, he had taken medicine. He couldn't vomit much at all. He was about to vomit out bile. After a while, he calmed down and walked back. Mu Linger didn't dare to look at him. Although the Big White Tiger wasn't very clear about what had happened, it could feel its master's anger, so it also obediently crawled down. For the next half of the day, Deacon Jean stared at Mu Linger coldly. Mu Linger braced herself and let him stare, but in the end she couldn't take it anymore. She glared at him and said angrily, What are you looking at? I don't have any other way to feed you medicine. If you don't take the medicine, your life will be in danger. Don't you know how to chew? Deacon Jean suddenly asked loudly. Isn't it just as disgusting? Mu Linger retorted loudly. It's not the same. Deacon Jean roared. Mu Linger didn't know if it was because she was shocked by his anger or because she was shocked by the words, It's not the same. She pursed her lips and stared at him blankly, not retorting anymore. The two of them were silent for a long time before speaking at the same time. Mu Linger. Jean Z. Neither of them was angry or fierce. Both of them were especially calm. You first. You first. They spoke at the same time again. They were clearly letting the other party speak first, but they didn't give in. Hence, they bumped into each other again. He said, Mu Linger, I like you. She said, Jean Z, don't like me. Hence, the two of them fell silent. After a long while, Mu Linger asked helplessly, What do you like about me? What's so good about me? Deacon Jean said coldly, What do you like about Gu? What's so good about him? The two of them were still rather calm at first, but when they heard this, Mu Linger was furious. What happened between me and Chi brother has nothing to do with you. Stop talking nonsense. What could happen between you and Gu? Deacon Jean asked again. His words made Mu Linger speechless. That's right, what could possibly happen between her and Chi Gij? Nothing had ever happened between them. Jean Z. I'll only like Chi brother for the rest of my life. Before Mu Linger could finish speaking, Deacon Jean flew out of the cave. He didn't listen, but Mu Linger continued. Perhaps she was saying it for herself. She said, I won't like you. Never. That night, Jean Z went to hunt a bunch of game and even found a pile of firewood to start a fire. Although he ignored Mu Linger, he still threw the first roasted pheasant to Mu Linger to eat. Mu Linger had been craving for it for a long time. She didn't pretend to refuse, but ate it with relish. She was really too hungry. Coldly, Deacon Jean glanced at her. It was 70% heartache and 30% helplessness. After Deacon Jean woke up, Mu Linger's food finally improved. They hid in the cave and lived day by day. 3 days passed quickly. Deacon Jean didn't mention going to Winter Crow Country again. Mu Linger also pretended to forget to give him an answer. Mu Linger hoped that reinforcements would come quickly. Deacon Jean didn't tell her that there were countless elite soldiers lying in ambush in the forest. It was very dangerous. They couldn't get out at all. This information was conveyed by the tigers outside. He knew about it when he went hunting for the first time. Deacon Jean was also waiting. He was waiting for Han Yunshi and the others to break through Jun Yixie's defense line. However, it wasn't just Deacon Jean and Jun Yixie. There was another person in the forest who had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 1076. Other than Jun Yixie and Deacon Jean, there was also Bai Yanqing who had been waiting for Han Yunshi and Long Feiye's arrival. He had been waiting since the beginning of spring. What he had been waiting for was not Han Yunshi and Long Feiye, but a piece of bad news. Han Yunshi, Long Feiye, Gu and Gu Beiwei did not come to save them, nor did they go north. Instead, they went to Heaven Mountain. Not only did they save Elder Kenzo and the 2 seniors, they also defeated the people from Evil Sword School. The Evil Sword School was basically destroyed, leaving only the Evil Sword Pavilion. Whether it was Tianshan Kenzo or the Evil Sword sect, Bai Yanqing did not care about them. What he wanted was the Ganjiang treasure sword. Now that Long Feiye and Han Yunshi knew the secret of the failure of dual cultivation, they also knew the secret of the phoenix power. His plan had failed once again. What he did not expect was that Gu actually controlled Mo Xie's sword spirit. When did Gu obtain Mo Xie's sword spirit? Before Mo Xie's sword spirit was reforged, what could Gu use to control Mo Xie's sword spirit? Once he had the Ganjiang treasure sword and Mo Xie's sword, Long Feiye and Han Yunshi's dual cultivation would definitely succeed. Once Long Feiye truly controlled the lustbite power, he would be in danger. No matter what, he would not allow this to happen. Master, wasn't the Ganjiang treasure sword locked back? Long Feiye can't even control the Ganjiang treasure sword. Why do we have to worry so much? The one who spoke was a black-clothed and masked servant. Bai Yanqing said coldly, as long as the lustbite power and phoenix power work together, we can definitely subdue any ancient treasure sword. There's no way those old fogies from Tianshan don't know about this. What Bai Yanqing regretted the most was that he had not killed those old bastards from Sky Mountain. Although the news from Sky Mountain was that the Ganjiang sword had been sealed, who knew if this was a ploy by Long Feiye and Han Yunshi? After hearing his master's words, the masked servant didn't say anything else. We can't let them forge Mo Xie's sword, we can't. Bai Yanqing, who had been calm all this time, finally became anxious. Originally, he wanted to have some fun with Han Yunshi and Long Fei, but once his life was in danger, he wouldn't give them any more time. Get Duanmu Yao to hurry over. Old man wants to have a good chat with Jun Yixie. Bai Yanqing said seriously. Jun Yixie occupied such a good location in Tiger's prison and had Ning Qing as a hostage. He also had 2 hostages in his hands and the 3rd venerable sage in Duanmu Yao's hands. These advantages were enough for him to force Han Yunshi and Long Feiye into a dead end. Even if he couldn't stop the dual cultivation, he would still force them to kill each other. The descendants of Eastern and Western Qin had to bear an eternal hatred. How could they be together? A complicated look flashed past the masked servant's eyes as he advised, "Master, don't be rash. If you want to kill them, won't it be easy? Don't forget your grievances." When he said this, Bai Yanqing was immediately stunned. After a while, he turned to look at the masked servant. "Hao San, where did my grievances come from? I only have hatred." That's right, this masked servant was Jun Yixie's most trusted servant, Hao San. He was Bai Yanqing's closest servant, who later followed Jun Yixie. It was through him that Bai Yanqing was able to control Jun Yixie's every move. "Master, if you want to vent your hatred, you have to be patient," Hao San said seriously. "Master, Jun Yixie has already given up everything. In less than 3 days, he will definitely send a blackmail letter to the D clan. This subordinate guarantees it." Hao San took off his mask and revealed a sinister smile. "Master, why don't we let Jun Yixie test them first? Whether or not the Ganjiang sword has fallen into their hands, or what's going on with Emosie's sword. We have to be clear about all these." Seeing that his master was still hesitating, Hao San reminded again, "Master, since Emosie's sword spirit is in Gu's hands, then it won't be difficult for them to secretly forge a sword. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi have a lot of treasures in their hands, so it won't be difficult to find iron to forge a sword." When he said this, Bai Yanqing completely recovered from his anger and nervousness. As long as Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi obtained the Ganjiang and Emosie swords, then successful dual cultivation would only be a matter of one night. Therefore, with the current situation, it was most important to investigate the situation clearly. Bai Yanqing didn't say much, but patted Hao San's shoulder, indicating that he approved of his consideration. Hao San hurriedly said, "Master, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi finished their dual cultivation in the 12th month of last year. It's already the middle of the 3rd month now, so they only have a little more than 8 months left. As long as they don't obtain the Ganjiang and Emosie swords, wouldn't it be easy for us to delay them?" As Hao San spoke, he lowered his voice and whispered into Bai Yanqing's ear. It wasn't known what scheme he came up with, but it seemed to have gained Bai Yanqing's approval. Bai Yanqing narrowed his eyes and agreed with a resolute expression. After Hao San left, Bai Yanqing turned and walked towards the pavilion. At this time, Bai Yanqing's hostages were all locked up in a suspended pavilion hidden in the precipitous cliff. Other than Han Yunxi, only Bai Yanqing could poison and kill the tigers in such a short time. The mysterious person who ambushed Mu Linger and the others outside Tiger's prison that day was Bai Yanqing. What he really wanted was Mu Linger and Jin Zi, as well as that Su Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, he underestimated Jin Zi. He didn't capture Mu Linger and Jin Zi, but luckily he captured Su Xiaoyu. In his eyes, Su Xiaoyu was more valuable than any of them. There were individual iron cells in the pavilion, and Su Xiaoyu was locked up in the most secluded cell. From the time he kidnapped her until now, Bai Yanqing would come over every day to chat with her. Today, he was still the same as usual, lighting a lantern and hanging it in front of the iron cell before sitting down cross-legged. Su Xiaoyu sat in the cell, her entire body tensed up by the iron chains, unable to move. Even if she wanted to sleep, she could only sleep sitting up. "Little girl, you just have to answer Grandpa's question. Grandpa promises to let you go." Bai Yanqing's tone was always kind. This little girl had been tortured by Bai Yuqiao for so long, but she didn't reveal any secrets. He knew that even if he beat her to death, she wouldn't reveal a single word. For this little girl who was amenable to coaxing but not coercion, he needed to be patient. Actually, Su Xiaoyu was very afraid of Bai Yanqing. She closed her eyes, not letting herself look at him. If she didn't look, perhaps she wouldn't be afraid, right? But when she closed her eyes, the scene of them escaping and being ambushed immediately appeared. Jin Zi protected Mu Linger and the child as they escaped. Bai Yuqiao tightly hugged Bai Yanqing, wanting her and Ning Jing to escape. She and Ning Jing had no chance to escape, because Bai Yanqing poisoned Bai Yuqiao. She and Ning Jing watched as Bai Yuqiao slowly melted from head to toe, like a snowman slowly melting, finally turning into a pool of blood. She would never forget the look in Bai Yuqiao's eyes when he looked at her before he died. It was so sad and so reluctant to part. She couldn't understand Bai Yuqiao's eyes, but she always felt that Bai Yuqiao had something to say to her, but he didn't have time to say it. These days, she had been pondering and thinking. But she really didn't understand, not at all. Bai Yuqiao saved them because he had an agreement with Ning Jing. It was just a transaction. Facing death, shouldn't it be regret and unwillingness? What was Bai Yuqiao reluctant to part with her? She repeatedly comforted herself that she must have seen wrongly and misunderstood. But every time she closed her eyes, the scene of Bai Yuqiao turning into a pool of blood unconsciously appeared in her mind. Bai Yuqiao's bright and lively big eyes also appeared. She even had a feeling that she was looking at herself. She didn't have a good impression of Bai Yuqiao. Even if Bai Yuqiao saved them, she still didn't like him. But now, she especially wanted to know what agreement Bai Yuqiao had with Ning Jing. How important was it that Bai Yuqiao would betray Jun Yixie and Bai Yanqing? Girl, think about it carefully. Bai Yanqing asked again. Su Xiaoyu still ignored him. Her brows were tightly knitted. She wanted to get rid of the pair of eyes in her mind, but she couldn't. Girl, how about this? Grandpa will play a game with you. Bai Yanqing smiled and said, Grandpa will give you 10 days to think about it. If you don't think about it in a day, Grandpa will pull out one of Ning Jing's teeth. If you don't think about it in 10 days, Grandpa will pull out 10 of Ning Jing's teeth. Tell me, isn't it fun? Lunatic! Su Xiaoyu suddenly roared. Bai Yanqing's lips curled into a cold smile. Looks like it will be fun. Someone, bring me a pair of pliers. Seeing Bai Yanqing stand up, Su Xiaoyu immediately surrendered. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know. You have to promise me one thing. Bai Yanqing was very satisfied. What is it? Tell me. Bring Ning Jing here and lock her up with me. Also, I want 2 warm beds and 3 hot meals a day. Su Xiaoyu said seriously. Ning Jing had just given birth and had been tormented until now. Even if she didn't die, she was half dead. If she let Bai Yanqing pull out another tooth, she would definitely lose her life. She could see that Bai Yanqing wouldn't hurt her. Instead, he planned to use Ning Jing to threaten her. No matter what, she had to try her best to save Ning Jing's life. Bai Yanqing laughed. Little girl, what right do you have to negotiate with old man? You can either promise me or just kill us. Su Xiaoyu glared fiercely at Bai Yanqing. Old thing, it's easy to kill people, but it's not easy to make people live. Don't think that we're afraid of death. Let me tell you, Ning Jing and I aren't afraid. Bai Yanqing had always heard that this girl, Su Xiaoyu, was very stubborn. Now that he had seen it for himself, he really admired her. He smiled and said, Little girl, why don't you pledge allegiance to me? I'll take you in as my disciple and teach you the art of poison. Those who become your disciples don't have good endings. Haha, forget it. Su Xiaoyu laughed wantonly. Bai Yanqing was finally annoyed. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He was about to order someone to open the door when Su Xiaoyu said, As far as I know, after my master got the perplexing butterfly illusion, he's been looking for something. When she said this, Bai Yanqing ordered the guards to retreat. However, Su Xiaoyu said lazily, Old grandpa, let's change the game. I'll give you 2 hours. If you send Ning Jing over and give me the things I want, I'll tell you what my master is looking for. Otherwise, I'll teach you a skill. She was threatening him. Bai Yanqing said coldly, What skill? How to kill yourself? Bai Yuqiao laughed arrogantly. Although she was imprisoned, her life was still in her own hands. Bai Yanqing wanted her to live, but she could make herself die. Yes, she was threatening Bai Yanqing. Chapter 1077. Rather than saying that Bai Yanqing was being threatened by Su Xiaoyu, it was better to say that Bai Yanqing was being played by Su Xiaoyu. Bai Yanqing's eyes slowly narrowed. He had lived for more than half his life, yet he was actually being played by a stinky brat who was still wet behind the ears. Cold, he said. Fine, old man, I'd like to see how you're not going to kill yourself. After saying that, he immediately ordered, Men, bring Ning Jing over to old man. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu became nervous. She clenched her fists tightly, but her expression remained stubborn and uncompromising. She was afraid, but fear wouldn't make people give up. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lasted until today. Actually, she didn't know anything about the perplexing butterfly illusion. She was just lying to Bai Yanqing. Therefore, she only had one path of retreat, and that was death. When a person only had one path of death, they could throw caution to the wind and be stubborn to the end. Bai Yanqing's cold and vicious gaze pierced through the darkness, shooting straight at her. Su Xiaoyu glared back, refusing to budge an inch. She didn't want to lose in terms of momentum. Soon, Ning Jing was brought over. After not seeing her for a few days, Ning Jing was so thin that she looked like she was suffering from some serious illness. Her face was so pale and haggard that it was indescribable. Her eyes were bloodshot, and it wasn't clear whether it was because she was too tired or because she had cried. If Tang Li saw her like this, Tang Li would definitely go crazy. Ning Jing was thrown at the door of the prison cell by the guards. She lay paralyzed on the ground, her sickly body seemingly unable to withstand a single blow. Once she fell, she couldn't stand up again. She saw Su Xiaoyu, and Su Xiaoyu also saw her. The two of them looked so pathetic and weak in each other's eyes, but they actually looked at each other and smiled. Only those who were truly stubborn could be so brave and magnanimous as to smile at each other. Su Xiaoyu was a little hesitant at first, but when she saw Ning Jing forcing a smile in her bloodshot eyes, her heart became even more determined. He would either die or force Bai Yanqing to compromise. Brat, old man will give you one last chance. Are you going to tell me or not? Bai Yanqing's patience was limited, especially after hearing from Su Xiaoyu that Han Yunxi was still looking for something after obtaining the perplexing butterfly illusion. This made him even more impatient. It should be known that the water of 10,000 poisons in the medicinal forest had already fallen into the hands of Han Yunxi. There was no guarantee that she would find someone else. He was very clear about the situation of Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi's dual cultivation, but he wasn't clear about the situation of perplexing butterfly illusion at all. The power of lustbite could kill him, and perplexing butterfly illusion could break his undying body. These two were what he feared the most. Yet both of them had fallen into the hands of Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi. Old thing, you don't understand human language, do you? I've already said everything clearly just now. If you don't understand human language, then I can't do anything about it. Su Xiaoyu replied impatiently. Bai Yanqing was unable to restrain his anger. He was simply angered to death. Someone come, pull out Ning Jing's teeth for me, pull them out one by one. Bai Yanqing said angrily. He had originally wanted to give Su Xiaoyu 10 days, but now it seemed that if he didn't act ruthlessly, this brat really didn't know what was good for her and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Su Xiaoyu looked at Ning Jing indifferently. Ning Jing was very calm. She wasn't afraid because of Bai Yanqing's words. Her daughter had already been rescued by Mu Ling. This was already the best result she could hope for. Soon, 2 attendants held Ning Jing up on both sides. One of the attendants fiercely pinched her chin, forcing her to open her mouth. The other attendant brought over a pair of pliers, looking for the best place to start. Ning Jing, this brat doesn't know any better. Perhaps you can persuade her. Bai Yanqing sneered. Ning Jing ignored him. She didn't struggle and directly closed her eyes. Old man, pull out your front teeth first. Bai Yanqing suddenly shouted angrily. Although he was looking at Ning Jing, he glanced at Su Xiaoyu in the cell. He thought that Su Xiaoyu would also close her eyes, But who knew that Su Xiaoyu would actually open her eyes wide and stare at Ning Jing? This was the first time that Bai Yanqing had felt this kind of frustration. He didn't want to believe that a little girl, a sickly woman, could have such strong willpower. In this world, was there really someone who wasn't afraid of death? The pliers clamped onto one of Ning Jing's front teeth. The attendant forcefully pulled and Ning Jing was in so much pain that her entire body trembled. She instinctively wanted to close her mouth. However, the attendant gripped her chin tightly, making her unable to move. The attendant kept pulling and finally loosened the root of her teeth. It had to be said, even these attendants were scared witless and their hands were trembling. Bai Yanqing was inhumanly cold-blooded. He didn't look at Ning Jing and stared at Su Xiaoyu. He didn't believe that he couldn't win against a little girl. Finally, one of her teeth was pulled out. Ning Jing's mouth was already dripping with blood. Tears slowly flowed down from the corners of her tightly shut eyes. But she didn't struggle and didn't even make a sound. Su Xiaoyu also didn't make a sound as she stared fixedly at Ning Jing. No one knew that she secretly swore in her heart, if she and Ning Jing didn't die here today, then one day she would definitely return everything that she had seen today to Bai Yanqing. She must. Waiting for no compromise, Bai Yanqing became even more furious. Continue. Hence, the attendant pulled out Ning Jing's second tooth. Finally, at the moment when the tooth was pulled out, Ning Jing fainted from the pain. The blood on her gums didn't stop flowing. And at this moment, the corners of Su Xiaoyu's mouth also slowly flowed with blood. She had bitten her own tongue. Bai Yanqing didn't want to believe all of this. But the truth was right in front of his eyes. He looked towards Su Xiaoyu and saw Su Xiaoyu sitting in the dark prison cell. The corners of her mouth were bleeding and her expression was cold. She was even scarier than the evil children of the evil cult in Nanzhao. Bai Yanqing was stunned. "Master, if you don't help them stop the bleeding, they will die," the attendant cautiously reminded. Bai Yanqing finally regained his senses and realized that Su Xiaoyu was still threatening him. Although Bai Yanqing didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that he couldn't do anything to Su Xiaoyu. If Su Xiaoyu died, he wouldn't be able to ask about the perplexing butterfly illusion anymore. Bring the medicine. There was no doctor here, so Bai Yanqing could only do it himself. He opened the door of the prison cell and wanted to first stop Su Xiaoyu's bleeding. But Su Xiaoyu actually turned her head away and refused to do so. "Stinky girl, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Bai Yanqing was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Su Xiaoyu's mouth was tightly shut as blood continued to flow out from the corners of her mouth. Cold eyes stared at Bai Yanqing. That gaze wasn't just threatening, it was practically provoking. Bai Yanqing had no choice but to first stop Ning Jing's bleeding. He ordered for 2 clean blankets to be brought over and placed the unconscious Ning Jing in the prison cell. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She opened her mouth and vomited out a mouthful of blood. She was clearly about to faint, but she still smiled at Bai Yanqing. Her smile was especially contemptuous. Bai Yanqing clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. He couldn't wait to kill this stinky girl with one punch. But he had no choice but to stop her bleeding. Bai Yanqing had never been so aggrieved in his life. A trace of viciousness flashed past his eyes. After Su Xiaoyu revealed the secret of the perplexing butterfly illusion, he would definitely teach her how to spell the word fear. Su Xiaoyu woke up before Ning Jing. Although the wound on her tongue had stopped bleeding, it was so swollen and painful that it was difficult for her to even open her mouth, let alone speak. She saw Ning Jing lying motionless under the blanket. Her body was so thin and frail that she could turn into ashes at any moment. She was scared out of her wits and hurriedly rushed over to grab Ning Jing's hand. It was as long as she held on to Ning Jing, she wouldn't disappear. Feeling the warmth of Ning Jing's hand, Su Xiaoyu heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't know what she would do if Ning Jing died just like that. How much meaning would there be left in her stubbornness and perseverance? After calming down, she hurriedly took Ning Jing's pulse. It was all thanks to the days she spent by her master's side and the time she spent assisting Gu Beiwei at Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Not only was she skilled in poison, she had also learned many medical skills. After taking Ning Jing's pulse, Su Xiaoyu's small face sank. Ning Jing's condition was quite bad. If she didn't quickly recover, she would definitely die if this continued. However, Su Xiaoyu couldn't be anxious. If she was anxious, it would give Bai Yanqing the opportunity to threaten her again. In a situation where both sides had equal bargaining chips, threats were a test of determination and determination. Su Xiaoyu took Ning Jing's pulse again before sitting to the side. As she watched over her, she pondered about what medicinal herbs she should ask Bai Yanqing for and how to help Ning Jing's body recover in the shortest time possible. When the guard discovered that Su Xiaoyu had woken up, he immediately went to report to Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing immediately rushed over. "Stinky girl, old man has satisfied all your conditions. Now, shouldn't you tell me?" Bai Yanqing asked. Su Xiaoyu immediately retorted, "How did you satisfy me? Where's the hot food?" Bai Yanqing secretly took a deep breath and controlled his temper before ordering someone to bring hot food over. "I don't need anything else. Just a bowl of hot millet porridge will do," Su Xiaoyu quickly said. The attendant indeed brought over a bowl of hot millet porridge. Bai Yanqing wasn't in a hurry to ask as he watched Su Xiaoyu slowly finish eating the millet porridge. At this point, he still had this bit of patience. But who knew that after Su Xiaoyu finished eating the millet porridge, she didn't seem to have any intention of telling him about the perplexing butterfly illusion. Instead, she sat cross-legged beside Ning Jing and leaned against the wall to rest. "Stinky girl, do you really want to die?" Bai Yanqing asked coldly. "Old uncle, you haven't fulfilled the conditions that I asked for. Why are you in such a hurry?" Su Xiaoyu said calmly. "What else do you want? Don't push your luck." Bai Yanqing said angrily. "I don't want anything. I asked you to bring Ning Jing here, but you pulled out 2 of her teeth and turned her into this state. She's neither human nor ghost and she's still unconscious. You should at least make me believe that she can still live, right?" Su Xiaoyu bargained with the gift of the gab. Seeing that Bai Yanqing was staring at her without making a sound, Su Xiaoyu said coldly, "Let's get to the point. I'll write a prescription for you to continuously supply me with medicine for half a month. Also, send me hot food for 3 meals a day. After half a month, if Ning Jing is still alive, I'll definitely tell you everything I know." The first time Bai Yanqing gave in, he was destined to be kidnapped by Su Xiaoyu. If he didn't agree, then all his previous concessions would have been wasted. "All right, half a month," he said ruthlessly. "Stinky girl, you have to know that there's a phrase in this world called, living a life worse than death." Chapter 1078. With that, Bai Yanqing stormed off in a huff. Su Xiaoyu's tense nerves finally relaxed. She wasn't aware of the northern expedition, and she wasn't aware that Deacon Jean wasn't on their side. She thought that since Mu Ling had already escaped, she would definitely be able to get reinforcements. She could only pray that reinforcements would arrive soon. Otherwise, she and Ning Jing would have suffered for nothing. That day, Su Xiaoyu fed Ning Jing medicine 3 times. At night, Ning Jing finally woke up. She smiled the moment she saw Su Xiaoyu, but her 2 front teeth were missing, and she didn't look as pretty as before. She only realized that her front teeth were missing when she smiled. She touched them and laughed at herself. "I've lost my child and even my teeth. Will the child's father not recognize me? It's a blessing that you're still alive." Su Xiaoyu was such a pragmatic child. Ning Jing smiled. She liked hearing those words. She wanted to sit up, but Su Xiaoyu quickly came over to help her. She took the opportunity to whisper, "Be careful when you speak. The walls have ears." "I know." Su Xiaoyu lowered her voice. "Miss Jing, we only have half a month. If my master comes, we'll be able to survive. If they don't come, it's hard to say." A complicated look flashed past Ning Jing's eyes. She said softly, don't worry. They will definitely come. Ning Jing immediately told Su Xiaoyu about the northern expedition in detail. Su Xiaoyu had heard about Ning Jing when she met Mu Ling at Tiger's prison, but she didn't know much about it. Now that she heard Ning Jing's detailed explanation, she understood the ins and outs of the matter. Su Xiaoyu lowered her voice even more and said seriously, "Miss Jing, you really don't look good like this." Ning Jing was stunned. What did he look like now that his front teeth were gone? Su Xiaoyu quickly added, "Miss Jing, no matter what, we have to get our hands on Bai Yanqing one day. You pull out all his teeth. What do you think?" Ning Jing didn't know where Su Xiaoyu's optimism came from. However, after listening to Su Xiaoyu's words, she seemed to be looking forward to revenge. She said in a low voice, "Pulling out all his teeth is already letting him off easy. I don't have to pull it out, I use it. I'm going to ask Tang Li to make me a special drill so that I can drill all of his teeth out." As soon as he said that, Su Xiaoyu felt her teeth ache. The pain of pulling out a tooth was temporary, and it was just pain. Drilling teeth would be painful and sore. How long would it take to drill 2 rows of teeth? Even someone as ruthless as Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but gasp. She said, "Miss Jing, it's settled then. No matter what, we can't die." Okay. Ning Jing nodded seriously. She couldn't die. For revenge, for Tang Li, and even more so for her daughter who was still in swaddling clothes and didn't know her parents. Su Xiaoyu thought of something. She said in a low voice, "Miss Jing, what agreement did Bai Yuqiao have with your brother? How could she betray Jun Yixie and join us? She didn't even want her life anymore." Ning Jing had seen Bai Yuqiao's tragic death with her own eyes. Ning Jing had clearly seen the sadness and reluctance in Bai Yuqiao's eyes before he died. She thought that Bai Yuqiao would acknowledge Su Xiaoyu as his sister. However, Bai Yuqiao still chose to leave with the secret in the end. Bai Yuqiao didn't tell the truth personally and didn't ask for Su Xiaoyu's forgiveness. How could Ning Jing say anything more? Some lies would become a mystery that could never be solved with the departure of the person. Whether it was right or wrong, as long as the person who was alive didn't feel sad, shed tears, or regret, that was more important than anything else. Even if Bai Yuqiao left forever, Su Xiaoyu still had family. She had family, Mu Ling had family, and Han Yunxi had family too. I'm puzzled too. Only Ning Qing knows. Ning Jing sighed softly. I don't know if I can see him again. They had all left Tiger's Denver. How could Jun Yixie let Ning Qing have it easy? As for Deacon Jean, time was in such a hurry. Ning Jing didn't know whether Deacon Jean saved them out of kindness or had other motives. The only thing she could comfort herself with was that the child and Mu Ling were in Deacon Jin's hands. It was 100 times better than falling into Bai Yanqing's hands. At least, Deacon Jean would go to Han Yunxi and the others to get the indenture contract. It was mid-March. The peach blossoms in the mountains were falling. Was the expedition to the north about to begin? Were Han Yunxi and the others coming? Was Tang Li coming? Could they withstand Jun Yixie's layers of traps and Bai Yanqing's schemes? Ning Jing pushed the matter to Ning Qing, so Su Xiaoyu didn't ask any further. Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu were waiting. Deacon Jean and Mu Ling were also waiting. Even Jun Yixie and Bai Yanqing were waiting. At this moment, Han Yunxi and the others had already arrived at Three-Way Black Market. As soon as they arrived at East Origin Hall, Gu received a letter from the medicinal hut. He glanced at it, then laughed heartily. Poison girl, it's done. Let Su Donglin bring them over. Su Donglin had found Yi Xiao a few days ago. Yi Xiao was very willing to help Han Yunxi, so Su Donglin secretly brought Yi Xiao to Medicine City to wait. They didn't know when Gu had written the letter to the medicinal hut old man, nor did they know how he had written it. Today's letter probably meant that the medicinal hut old man had agreed to lend them the celestial fire Qian furnace to forge their sword. You've done a great service, Han Yunxi said calmly. Although she had received good news, Han Yunxi wasn't happy at all. On the way back to Three-Way Black Market, she and Long Fei-yi were both in a heavy mood. It was because they had lost contact with Tiger's prison, and the situation wasn't looking good. "Where's Tang Li?" Long Fei-yi asked cold the moment he entered. "Your Highness, Sect Master Tang, has lost control of his emotions these past few days. This subordinate took the initiative to lock him in his room. Please punish him, Your Highness," the Shadow Guard reported truthfully. Long Fei-yi didn't say anything else and went to the rear courtyard. Han Yunxi and the others immediately chased after him. Just as they reached the courtyard's entrance, they heard a series of banging on the door. When they reached the courtyard, they saw that the door and windows had been reinforced with a cross. "Let me out. I'm begging you, let me out. I want to save Ningjing, I want to save my child. Let me out." When he heard Tang Li's pleading voice, Long Fei-yi suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned his head to look elsewhere, his handsome brows tightly knitted together. Han Yunxi also stopped in her tracks, her heart clenching. Gu leaned against the door and stared at the windows. Although he wasn't as upset as Long Fei-yi and Han Yunxi, he wasn't as sloppy and carefree as he usually was. Even someone as calm as Gu Beiyue sighed helplessly. Gu Beiyue was about to walk over, but Long Fei-yi didn't hesitate. He ordered cold, "Open the door and let him out." As soon as the Shadow Guard opened the door, Tang Li rushed out. His hair was disheveled, his face was full of stubble, and his eyes were swollen. He looked like a lunatic. When he saw Long Fei-yi and the others, he was stunned at first. Then, he pounced on Long Fei-yi. However, Long Fei-yi reached out and blocked Tang Li with an arm. He reprimanded coldly, "You're already a father. Why are you still acting like this?" Tang Li was angry and wanted to cry. He shouted at Long Fei-yi, "Brother, we lost contact with Tiger's Den. We lost contact with them." "I know." Long Fei-yi shouted back. "I'll give you 15 minutes to fix your face and emotions. Come with me to the D clan to negotiate and then save them. Brother, Ning Jing and the others." Tang Li wanted to continue, but Long Fei-yi cut him off sharply. "I'll wait for you here." "I won't wait for you if you're late." Tang Li was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned around and rushed into the house. As soon as Tang Li entered the house, the huge courtyard quieted down again. Although they were all very quiet, each of them knew that they were going to fight a tough battle from today onwards. No matter what Jun Yixie had prepared for them, they were only allowed to win. They were not allowed to lose. Before the time it took to brew a cup of tea was up, Tang Li emerged. He was clean-shaven, and his hair was tied into a high bun with a simple hair tie. He wore a grayish-white training suit. His sleeves and trousers were tied tightly. He looked neat and tidy. Although his face was haggard and his eyes were still a little swollen, the light in his eyes was enough to cover everything. It made him look energetic. He was finally going to save Jing Jing and the children. He had to be 120% alert. He said loudly to Long Fei-yi, "Brother, I'm ready." Tang Li's rousing spirits lifted the spirits of everyone else. "Then let's go." Long Fei-yi and the rest didn't even stop to rest before heading straight for Myriad Merchant Hall. On the way back, he had already written letters and made arrangements for the East Qin army. Meanwhile, Bailey Yuanlong and a few of his deputy generals had arrived 3 days early. They'd already discussed the details of their cooperation with the D clan twice. While the smaller issues were settled, the bigger ones were still stuck in a deadlock. Ning Nua had received news that Long Fei-yi and the rest would arrive at Three-Way Black Market tonight, but he never expected them to come to Myriad Merchant Hall as soon as they arrived with Han Yunxi. Ning Nua was caught off guard. After inviting Long Fei-yi and the rest to sit in the guest hall, he hurried to summon the Council of Elders, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's representatives, and the army's representatives. Han Yunxi stopped him and asked coldly, "Ning Nua, didn't you waste enough time last time? Do you still want to continue this time?" Before Ning Nua could answer, Long Fei-yi slapped the table. If the D clan isn't sincere about cooperating, then forget it. It's not like my East Chin can't take down a trifling Northernly. Ning Nua grew anxious at these words. Your Highness Crown Prince, my big brother and big sister are both in Jun Isie's hands. How can I not be anxious? If there's anything, we can discuss it properly. Judging from the current situation in Northernly, the East Chin army was invincible. Moreover, the D clan had no one to help Tiger's prison. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi had come to Myriad Merchant Hall in person not to give face to the D clan, but to give face to Ningqing. They wanted to do their best to maintain the cooperation between the Eastern and Western Qin factions. We'll attack Three-Way Pass with the Ning clan troops in the vanguard. Any objections? Long Fei Yi asked directly. This was the first problem that had resulted in a stalemate between the two armies. Three-Way Pass was a major checkpoint between Northern Li, Tianning, and Western Zhou. It had always been occupied by the Northern Li army. North of Three-Way Pass was Northern Li territory, and beyond that was the ungoverned Three-Way battlefield. West of the Three-Way battlefield was Western Zhou territory, while east of it was Tianning territory. The Northern Li army occupied Three-Way Pass, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Thus, whenever the three countries went to war, Northern Li's cavalry would be able to gallop across the flat plains of the Three-Way battlefield to attack Western Zhou in the west and Tianning in the east. However, it wouldn't be so easy for Western Zhou or Tianning to attack Northern Li. For one, the Three-Way battlefield was a flat plain that was extremely difficult to cover. For another, the Three-Way Pass was difficult to conquer. In all of history, neither Tianning nor Western Zhou had ever succeeded in conquering the Three-Way Pass. Bailey Yuanlong was kind enough to offer to join forces with the Ning clan troop. However, the Ning clan head's Deputy General Shui insisted on the Bailey army attacking Three-Way Pass. He even said,